accept an invitation to speak and engage in debates in the course of today's conference. And the persons are Mr. Chair of the Supreme Council of Nurses and Midwives, Mr. Andrzej Tytuła. We're also going to be joined by Mr. Head of the Supreme Medical Council, Dr. Łukasz Jankowski. We're also going to be joined by an exceptional expert on public health care, Madam Professor Katarzyna Czabanowska of Maastricht University. An expert who's long cooperated with WHO, and now I have to share it with you. You've noticed that today it's the 7th of April. This is the International Health Day, proclaimed by WHO quite a long time ago, so we're delighted to see that our conference can take place on this particular day. I'd also like to extend our welcome to Madam Dr. Katarzyna Dębkowska of Polish Economics Institute, who is the head of Economic Foresight team. I'd like to extend our welcome to Dr. Dominika Pszczółkowska of Migration Research Center of University of Warsaw. Madam Dr. and Associate Professor Anna Szalimova. I'd like to extend a welcome to Madam Fatima Zaraznowy, also of the Center of Migration Research. Welcome to the university. We're also going to extend a welcome to, well, with some delay, to other participants of today's debate. Those are going to be the alumni, Dr. Shata Singh, an alumna, last year's alumna, and Dr. Klaudia Anna Wiewióra, MD, who's joined us already. We're delighted to see you here. She's an alumna of 2017, and just like the other alumni, Professor Szalimova and Sharat Singh have been working in Poland. And we're going to talk about it later. I'm truly excited to see that an invite to participate in this conference has been accepted by Dr. Heidi Bludau. She is going to join us remotely at a panel we're going to hold at 1400. She's the Deputy Head of Postgraduate Studies at the Faculty of Medicine, Society and Health at the University of Nashville in the USA. And also it is my pleasure to announce the remote presence of my fellow friend from the year, Artur Bosławski, 1989. This is the graduation year, who's been practicing for many years in Germany, and he garnered extensive experience not only in medical practice, but also in the area we are going to dig deeper in the course of today's conference. Why is it worth talking about this issue? When we were approached by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, we thought that, yes, this is a momentous issue, but it must be addressed in a broader context. For almost 21 years, we've been a member state of the European Union. We are not behind a curtain. We are visited by students or undergraduates from many directions to learn at medical universities, but our alumni also go to many other international countries. So we must see why our graduates leave, and if those are not the same factors that mean that international alumni are not particularly tempted to remain here, language matters aside. And I hope we're not going to use too many shibboleths, which is very typical of Polish language. So without further ado, adding just that in France they have health deserts, which are all about doctors being too old and not being successors to replace them, and persons lose access to healthcare. In Portugal, many hospital wards or departments see the risk of closure for shortage of doctors, and Ireland has been suffering from an acute shortage of nurses. And we feel like a big family with a host of problems across all states states of Europe. That's all for now. I'd like to welcome you all yet again, and kindly so I'd like to ask His Magnificency Rector, Professor Michał Markuszewski, to take the floor.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to begin with a thank you to the Ministry of Science and Higher Education for seeing a partner in us to run analyses of the fates of international alumni of medical education curricula at medical universities in Poland. But I'd also like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, represented by Madam Deputy Minister, which ministry sees the importance, the role and potential and the need of tertiary education entities and the medical universities as some of the most attractive possible avenues of education for international undergraduates. Would also like to thank the staff of Gdańsk University of Medicine, Dr. Kaczmarek, Ewa Kiszka. Those are the persons who, and Dr. Sławomir Wójcik, they have been in years engaged in recruiting and promoting education at our university amongst international undergraduates or candidates, and this is why we've got a strong presence on this academic market in Poland. We wouldn't talk about this issue were it not for my forerunners who for more than 2 decades supported education first, studying medicine. We've been joined by Rector Janusz Moryś, who, as the Dean of the Medical Education faculty, he developed international so-called English division, and that's why we hit such high quality levels and also the number of undergraduates. But what's worth adding, medical studies are not the only ones where we have education provided in English. We also educated in English in healthcare sciences and nursing and pharmacology, pharmaceuticals department, whereby the recruitment is very small compared to the medical, but we have very successful European master degree, which we run jointly with Gond and Groningen, and sustainable drug discovery. And tuition is in English to international students who spend 1 term at each of the said universities. Shortly, we are very much part of education in English provision, and we would like to, especially in the context of what Dr. Kaczmarek has just said, we would like as many as possible of the alumni of the medical curricula to remain not only in Gdańsk or in Pomerania, but in Poland. I believe this conference and debates we're going to hold across the panels we have in store and presentations we are going to hear will aid us in understanding what we can improve and how to carry on so that we have more candidates at our studies, and the alumni who choose to remain in Poland only grow in number. I wish you all a successful conference, and I will see you shortly at a panel and also behind the scenes talks at coffee breaks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rector, and apologies, Professor Moryś, the head of the University Commission for the Quality of Education on Medical Studies, for overlooking him in my expressing of gratitude to those who joined us today. Now I'd ask Mr. Minister, Professor Adam Szeptycki, to take the floor. Mr. Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Mr. Rector, dear guests, it pleases me that I can be here with you, and also I'd like to apologize for being just virtually with you, but due to current obligations related to Polish EU presidency, have made it impossible for me to leave my office freely. Ladies and gentlemen, almost 12 months ago, we've met in Gdańsk, also at the Gdańsk Medical University, to discuss the international aspects of tertiary education. We've reached a consensus that this increasing of international aspects in tertiary education is in fact an important element for achieving scientific excellence. And both scholars and students, through their mobility, build connections between universities, and postdoc students, especially from abroad, are an indispensable part of research teams, and this mobility is something that we've been working on. Currently, the students from abroad represent almost 10% of all students at our universities, which is a significant growth compared to the situation we've been seeing a decade ago. Of course, this entails certain challenges, especially in terms of recruitment process, issuing visas, both to actual students and those who simply seek a way to access the EU for other purposes. But this has been the subject of our debate last year. This time around, we will approach a more specific matter, but equally as important, i.e., the medical studies and the alumni of these studies in Polish international markets. Without a doubt, Poland and the EU do need alumni of medical studies, as we're currently struggling with staff shortages, especially in Poland, especially in geriatrics, psychiatry, neurology. Simultaneously, medical studies in Poland attract more and more foreigners. In Poland, pharmaceutical, medical, and public health programs attract annually between 11,000 young academics from the year 2018-19 to almost 14.5 thousand people in the school year 24-25. Also, the number of foreigners in 2024, we've seen around 3,000 people. Still, it's worth pointing out that our medical programs attract candidates from all over the world. Of course, if we look at the numbers, first we'll see the leading presence of Ukrainians, but we also get single students from places as remote as Trinidad and Tobago, Somalia, Sierra Leone, or many other places. So this map of origins of our students covers almost the entire globe. Our studies are, on one hand, difficult, but on the other hand, of high quality. What seems particularly important to me is that an average foreign alumnus of a Polish program fares poorer in his career compared to a Polish citizen in other areas, and this phenomenon, in case of medical studies, simply does not exist.
Przepraszamy Państwa za te zakłócenia.
We do apologize for the technical hiccups. As a word of justification, the problem is not entirely on our side. Apparently, there may be some issues or some construction works going on in the
Odświeżamy razem
beginning of the ministry. We will now try to refresh our connection. I will also take this opportunity to add that several of you also mentioned that our streaming on YouTube was not working. Please refresh the streaming service because we simply launched 5 minutes late, and that's why there was no signal. Hello, can you hear me?
Tak, panie ministrze, słychać.
Yes, Mr. Minister. I'm not entirely certain at which point I've been cut off, so I'll allow myself to restart with the moment where I commented on the significance of the medical studies in Poland. The areas of pharmacy and public health enjoy growing interest among students from abroad. In 2018, we had 11,000 students from abroad. In 2024-25, we've seen a growth up to 14,500 people. We are also witnessing a growth of foreigners, a number of foreigners who graduate in these fields. In 2024, we've had around 3,000 graduates. These studies are difficult, but also of high quality, and this is clearly visible when we're tracing the careers of our graduates in the labor market. In general, there is a tendency for foreigners to perform worse in the Polish market than Polish citizens. But this phenomenon seems not to be relevant for the graduates of medical programs. The graduates of such programs fare equally good as Poles. In this situation, the Ministry of Education and Higher Education, jointly with the Health Ministry and other ministries, have taken steps to ensure that across all stages the activities of Polish medical universities are supported, also in the aspect of educating foreigners in regards to recruitment. Currently, the Parliament is working on a law that will abolish the irregularities in the visa system, which is the fallout of the former authorities' visa scandal. And once it enters into force, it will prevent obtaining student visas by persons who are not eligible for such visas, and on the other hand, it will streamline the process of issuing visas for candidates who actually wish to study in our country. We also care deeply about the quality of education, and most recently we've heard about the new programs opened en masse prior to 2023, and the decision that we've taken to shut down recruitment processes for such studies. We are also following the careers of our graduates, and the data that I've prepared about the Polish and foreign graduates are information collected via ERA system, which follows the economic developments and achievements of graduates, which collects detailed information about performance of graduates after they finish their school. Another element of our activities is the proposal that we have put forward to the Gdańsk Medical University, whereby we've offered to organize this conference. And here I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Mr. Rector and the entire university for accepting our proposal, because we have quite details, but yet data. We have a lot of details, but sometimes we miss a general picture. Therefore, such a voice from the milieu is something that comes as something of much help, because this allows us to comprehend which are our strong points and also to pinpoint the challenges. And to conclude, I'd like to wish you a fruitful debate and once again express my regret that I can only be joining you via internet. And with that, I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, and I'm happy to see that our agenda is planned in a way that allows the welcome part to merge smoothly into the ministerial debate. And Mr. Minister has actually taken the floor as the first one when he combined his introduction with very detailed information. Now I'd like to invite Minister Henryka Mościcka-Dendys and the rector of the Gdańsk Medical University, Professor Michał Makuszewski, to join us at the ministerial debate, also with the participation of Minister Szeptycki, Under-Secretary of State at the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Minister, Mr. Minister, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and being here both physically and remotely, because it really does not need to be stressed any further that the subject of medical education and the future careers of graduates is immensely important. Still, I feel tempted to start this part of our conference with a question to the representatives of parish authorities, and to ask them to perhaps outline your vision, or the vision of the government you represent, of the perspective or the role of universities, including medical universities, in shaping the policy of internationalization, i.e., whether we've been doing things the right way and we should keep up the good work, or as it has happened before, because we know there's been certain irregularities and that perhaps may have negated the efforts of many rectors and universities, and also change the context for future development. We should not turn our blind eye to a geopolitical context that affects deeply the policy, also the one related to education. The outcome of such geopolitical changes may also be difficult for us to determine. So, firstly, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, how does the ministry see the role of universities in the building of international relations, including the openness to educating foreigners, and can we, or should we think of a goal that we are pursuing? I know that certain countries have such objectives already set, and for the universities
Bardzo
to go.
dziękuję. Powinnam pewnie zacząć
Thank you very much.
podziękowań
I should possibly
magnificencjo,
begin
szanowny panie
with
profesorze,
a thank
szanowni
you.
państwo. Bardzo dziękuję za
His
zaproszenie do
Magnificency,
udziału w tej
Mr. Professor,
konferencji.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to
Faktycznie
participate in this conference. As Minister Szeptycki has said, this has been the second time in days that we've been talking internationalization of science and educational training. We closed the gap last year. Last year we spoke more generally speaking of internationalization of science and education, but today we are going to speak on the follow-up in life sciences and medicine, and to ponder what we do well and where we see some more room for improvement. I believe I don't have more than 5 minutes, but I could talk to you for hours on end, because in the past year and a half we've been working on this issue, how to internationalize Polish universities wisely so that it adds to their prestige and quality of training, and how not to lose training quality in the process of excessive opening up to the outside world. At the same time, knowing that the mobility of scientists and undergraduates has always been serving the right purpose of science, and as such ramps up creativity and innovation in science and medicine. The Polish scientific milieu for more than a decade has been internationalizing itself, and if I don't like this internationalization factor, but it was brought up by Minister Szeptycki. If we consider the number of undergraduates, a decade ago we had 3% of international students in Poland. Currently, the number runs at about 10%, so the process accelerates rapidly, and that's why we need to keep watching it. Of course, it has its objective reasons, and it's the demographic situation in Poland, and also in some professions there's been a major outflow of Polish specialists abroad, so we try to plug the gap, and medicine has been one of such areas. But medicine has always been a showcase of sorts. We could speak of different types of education across different specialisms, but medicine was always beyond comparison. These studies have always been prestigious, they've always been considered hard, but also as such that awards a significant diploma. To date, alumni of medical training programs are recruited very easily by schools, not always ethically. Allow me to share an anecdote. As a Polish ambassador to Denmark, many Danish hospitals would just recruit entire years of alumni in Poland. I remember one such cases at the Medical University of Poznań. It was also in a manner that gave rise to some ethical doubts. So that shows that an alumni of a medical program in Poland is an actual commodity, but also that gives rise to not always ethical practices of other interested parties. So we need to also ponder the issue how to retain such alumni, and how to retain more international alumni. What to do that they actually want to say. My brief is working with the international Polish expats, and that's also the medical universities. If you consider the Polish experts abroad, especially in the West, I've held a lot of meetings with the youth in the USA, the UK, and Canada. There's significant interest in studying medicine in Poland amongst those. Also, paying a fee for tutorials, and that still is very attractive to such undergraduates. And another thing is how to market Polish medical studies amongst Polish experts in the West, and then how to retain them in Poland, not for life, but at least for a piece of the professional adventure. I think these are the tasks that we have on hand now. From the perspective of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I'd like to offer you an opportunity to act as an intermediary in promoting the academic offer we have in Poland. I'm delighted to see that we make recruitment schedules more flexible, and Gdańsk Medical University also recruits based on preliminary grades, which admits undergraduates of secondary schools from the West, and I hope this offer is going to get ever more prominence, and I believe we're going to jointly speak out about it and bring the best talents so that the alumni of such programs can also add to the quality of the Polish science and academia. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. And Mr. Minister, from the perspective of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, what's the vision of internationalization of universities, including the medical universities? Actually, many of the things that have been brought up by Madam Minister, I could fully corroborate, and I think it could be because of the reason that for more than a dozen of months we've been meeting on a number of occasions dedicated to Polish experts and visas and so on and so forth. Allow me to add that also from my private travels and the data we have is that medicine in Poland is a product or offer which has a strong brand all over the world. And it's not only amongst the proximate neighbors countries, but also in distant countries like Australia and New Zealand. So we have many such students from distant locations, and half of them come here to study medicine, so because they ensure quality and they are quite affordable in terms of tuition fees, and they also give access to the European Union market. But also, speaking of Australians, they don't often plan to continue their professional career in Poland. And the question is now how to retain such alumni. So if they come here and stay, and I say it as a patient, not as a representative of ministry, but mostly those are the representatives of the Global South. It used to be the Middle East, now we have many more undergraduates from Ukraine, but now Australians and New Zealanders either go back to their homelands or they go further west. But definitely an alumni of the Polish Medical University is a high-quality product. Secondly, if we consider statistics, I tried to outline them in my keynote speech, but I was cut out for a moment, but allow me just to reiterate shortly. If we consider groups as per citizenship held by our undergraduates, the group is led by Ukrainians, and that's not surprising, but we have such persons from Trinidad and Tobago, Sierra Leone, the Seychelles. Those are few and far between, but even from such countries people come, and what comes second is undergraduates from Zimbabwe. And here the question is that we have pondered on many occasions, and the question is, two questions actually. The state, as you as universities, there are some are there any states that we can't work with, and there are no proscribed countries, but if you browse through Polish legislation and the European legislation, it's not a secret. There are countries whereby it's easier to recruit an undergraduate because they need no visa or residence permit, and there are countries which are harder to recruit from. And as a result, it's your decision, so to say, in which countries you invest, in inverted commas, or less. But of course, you also need to have this awareness of possible legal ramifications. And this is what I'd like to share with all the universities, not just medical universities. But coming back to medical universities, I'm truly interested in those Zimbabwean undergraduates. And it's truly that I'd like to understand if those are honest and hard-working undergraduates, but if those are such graduates as sometimes on some less prestigious programs, which could be a bit fictional. I assume that since they've been accepted to study medicine at Polish universities, I assume those are actual students, because let's say you've already said that you're sometimes not fully aware of some political issues, but if you ask about my perspective and I consider the data, so I see Ukrainians and I see Zimbabwe, and I'm not surprised by Ukrainians, but some countries of the global south here and there have proven historically more problematic, but I do assume this is not the case of your universities. And that leads me to another conclusion, i.e. that we would like to offer to Polish nationals and international undergraduates with quality programs. Because general studies and general social sciences at low tuition fees somewhere in the east of Poland to third state citizens, this is typically attracting migration, which then is reduced to blue-collar jobs, i.e., but to those who graduate from such studies, which require a lot of cultural capital, then amongst those alumni, they're not in the top. But for doctors, that's a very different story. And that's another reason for which recruitment of international undergraduates for medical programs is particularly attractive to us. At the same time, what I could say is that medical studies are relatively infrequent as a choice on the agenda of international cooperation. Now the question is if it's good or not really. I would say that's in line with the rule of no news is good news. That's good because it means neither you alert us to issues too often. I'm not saying we have no issues whatsoever, like visa matters that we've talked about on many occasions, and now we have a bill in Parliament which is supposed to address the issue. But compared to the representatives of some other educational programs, the representatives of medical universities, they don't really complain about international cooperation, and I think that goes to say that we don't seem to have structural issues to address, but we have the issues of baccalaureate exams or A-levels. So this is what Madam Minister has brought up, and there are some states. Lately I visited Białystok and I talked to the representatives of the Medical University in Białystok. They would like to recruit undergraduates from Lithuania, but the issue is that Lithuanians sit the baccalaureate later than the Polish nationals, and that's why they can't actually enroll for the first iteration of enrollment or recruitment. But the matter of medical studies doesn't really often come up on the list of difficult matters that we are alerted to by international partners, perhaps with the exception for we are regularly told that there are states which are particularly interested in such medical programs. So to sum up, I believe we have an offer and we owe it to you. It's a high-quality offer, and we try not to ruin it first and foremost, and we try to keep on developing it. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Allow me to just comment briefly, just to spell it out, as it hasn't been brought up today yet, that some irregularities that would take place at tertiary education institutions with regard to international students hardly ever were somehow linked to medical programs of the universities that are associated at Polish Association of Medical Universities, or KROM. So there were very few and far between of such cases, and we owe it for many years of iron cast, almost recruitment systems, which allow us to eliminate some systemic issues of, let's say, fake students or candidates. And the thing is that medical students are truly demanding. So if one decides to pursue this avenue, those are typically highly determined individuals. And now, in a nod to Mr. Minister's contribution, allow me to begin with Mr. Minister brought up New Zealand and Australia. Those are not the only states, but are highly iconic, which shaped up their migration policies by specifying qualifications and expectations in terms of professions and skills and competencies. And this is how they supported their own domestic labor markets, the social interest in catering to some shortages by recruiting migrants with strictly defined competencies. And my question to ask of Madam Minister, Mr. Minister, how do you think, could we possibly in Poland also arrive at such a model whereby we would specify some priority competencies and professions whereby we're going to be more open to migrants also from outside the European Union, and whether medical professions could be on this list?
Thank you for this question, and I believe I have a good answer or good news for you, because Mr. Minister has mentioned the law on tightening the visa regime, and it's a part of a package of 4 acts on regulations on the access to Polish labour market to foreigners. And one of the ideas behind the modification that we've been working on is to create a list of deficit professions and to allow for a very precisely oriented migratory policy. As you know, in November last year, the government has adopted its first comprehensive migration strategy, and these 4 acts will be a direct follow-up on these initiatives, and their goal is to supply specialists to deficit markets in Poland, and medical professions are among the priorities among the professions where we're missing professionals. Other than that, we have engineers and IT that are defined as areas of deficit. And we want to have a very precise tool for managing migration while also preventing or precluding problems such as an excessive inflow of low-qualified labor to Poland. Mr. Minister Szeptycki mentioned several pieces of data, and may I add on the visa perspective, over 80% of visas that have been issued prior to 2023 have been visas for low-qualified workers, often illiterate ones. And this was a labor force that we needed for agriculture and industry, but not in such a number, and definitely not on permanent basis. Meanwhile, there were many gaps in our visa policy, and we're trying now to tighten it. The good news is that in many countries of the Global South, we've managed to completely solve the visa queue issue, and the possibility to arrange a meeting at our consulate has become much easier, more easily accessible. Another good news is that we are working on the visa regime tightening law that will also create fast tracks for highly qualified specialists, doctoral students and researchers, so that they can get a visa more quickly. We have, after a year and a half of efforts, we are seeing certain order reintroduced to our visa regime. We haven't managed to solve all our issues, but currently the word in the world got out that the Polish visa has become much more difficult to obtain, and probably many of you have often heard about the case of the Polish embassy in Philippines, but it was not the problem of the embassy itself, but about the quota set definitely too low, which has attracted dishonest intermediaries. And we do hope that with our efforts we will communicate to the world that the Polish visa is a rare and precious commodity and accessible only to specialists that we wish to invite our country. Thank you. Mr. Minister, in the context of education and higher education and science, could you pinpoint the key areas of deficit, for instance, for academic research? Yes, of course. But I'd like to just go back to what you've said, that the medical universities saw no issues with visas, but this anecdotally brings to my mind the talks that took place in the US with the representatives of North American authorities on higher education. So we were talking about the scandal with the visas and with people trying to get the students' visa just to come to the country. And they said, listen, we don't have this problem in the US because here the studies are so expensive that it's simply not viable for anyone. So I hope that in Poland our education will be too difficult or too complex to make it viable for anyone. But on a more serious note, when speaking on attracting specialists and candidates from abroad, I believe that one of the challenges that we're facing and that our partners from outside of the EU complain about, and especially in the Ukraine, is the matter of regulated professions. I'm speaking of the Ukrainians because, well, they're by far most numerous in Poland, but the same applies to Belarusians and citizens of other countries. The situation is the following. They come here with a very decent education, although probably Mr. Rector would be the best judge of this, and they need to certify all their competencies. And I know that it's necessary, especially in such profession as medical doctors, but this is not as much a matter of Polish regulation, but more of the EU legislation. But in general, this phenomenon probably requires certain attention and mapping efforts, because we get more and more medical doctors from Ukraine, especially after 2022. But as for our ideas and priorities, as Mr. Rector occurred to mention, in regards to higher education and science, first and foremost, I would list 3 or 4 issues. Firstly, what Polish science seems to be struggling with is the matter of practical application of the outcomes of research, i.e. the networking and the contacts between the business and the academia and R&D environment. And this is an issue that applies to Polish science generally. In case of the medical studies, you do research on very practical matters that affect Poles in the most intimate and physical way. So, in this case, this is not entirely true for you, but still, I do believe that we need effort on a higher synergy in this field. Also, in sourcing and securing funding for research, not exclusively from the ministry, but also from other actors, which will benefit the continuity of studies and also will contribute to the potential for the future. Secondly, there's the European dimension, and this is the environment that we're all navigating, and it's a very commendable initiative in the form to have permanent forms of cooperation, such as the European Institute. Traditionally, international cooperation was realized via ad hoc initiatives, grant-based one-offs, but the European universities and alliances of European scientific centers allow for better networking between the partners, building trust, and allow for mapping out our strong points and things that we do best. And this is an important added value of such initiatives. Thirdly, thus far we've been speaking of attracting students and alumni, but it's also important to attract scientific staff, lecturers, researchers from well-developed countries. And by that, I mean not only scientists with Polish backgrounds, but also those from abroad. In case of the scientists with Polish roots, they have numerous incentives, such as the NAWA, Polish Returns Program, which has been in place for the 5 years. And around 80 scientists have come to Poland, supported by this program. But these are not people who left Poland to Slovakia for 2 years. These are the scientists who spent several years in Harvard and other Cambridge and other universities, and they decided to come back, and they were attracted with the grants for having their own research team here in Poland. Secondly, and we are currently also discussing this solution, especially in the context of most recent geopolitical changes. This is the initiative that would convince scientists from abroad who do not have Polish roots to move the center of their activities to our country. But this is now only in the conceptual phase. May I add that the Gdańsk Medical University is part of the European University Consortium. It's now part of the ACE2EU, and we are a proud representative as the only Polish medical university, because, apart from Nicholas Copernicus University in Toruń and the Jagiellonian University Krakow are also part of it. And now a question that I will leave hanging as a point of reference for reflection, that education can be an export commodity. UK is an excellent case of a country that has built a model of education as an important part of the economy, not only in the pecuniary sense, but also in case of projecting soft power or diplomatic power.
I moje takie
to phrase it differently. So my quick question is, do you believe it is possible also for our country in a nearby future to consider education, among other things, on medical universities and more broadly tertiary education as a potential element of economy that's worthy of support and that's capable of generating revenues? Thank you for this question, Professor, and I can openly now say that you, as representing medicine, have been playing such a role for many years, even if you do not see it this way. If you look at the alumni, foreign alumni, well, they never stay in Poland. So they, in fact, are an export product. And this is a value, and I'm ready to see it this way. But looking at the situation, the Polish labor market for medical professions, I see it more as an issue because I'd like to have more of them staying in our country. Regardless of that, Polish medical education has all the means to become a Polish export product, and I'm all for it. And if you allow me, I'll just add two more things. I encourage you all to look to the West. We often underestimate ourselves because Polish universities for young Poles and Polish diaspora are a very attractive direction, regardless of whether the diaspora is from the US, Canada, UK, or the Netherlands, because even today we can compete with things that we consider a given. Poland is a safe country. We're a highly developed country. We offer a very good level, quality of life and public services, which we complain about, but often foreigners compliment us on how our transport is organized. I came to this conference by tram, and I'm very happy to see trams traveling so frequently, and this by far is not something given around the world. So we should really look at our economic prowess, and also we should recognize our strong points also in the aspect of education.
Mr. Minister, I believe it's quite well, but doesn't mean there's no room for improvement, especially on the level of educational programs. We've brought it up on a number of occasions. We have a good offer, which is attractive to so many young persons all over the world. But I believe that what needs further development is two areas, of which one, at least partially, is within the brief of our ministry. So why the alumni of medical programs leave Poland? It's because they think they'll have better conditions abroad. Professionally, I don't work in the medical field, but whenever I speak to my friends, medics, those are very often not just objective differences, but appearances of sorts, or impressions, because the material standing or financial situation of doctors or hospitals across the last 2 decades has improved so much that many of such alumni could fare truly well in Poland. But what Madam Minister has also brought up, not only in the context of tram timetables, but we very often underestimate ourselves, but others very often underestimate us as well, because what they believe in, that in Western Europe or in North America they'll have a better life. But if it's better, it's not an easy question, but it's one of the questions which, as part of this conference, should be pondered. The other thing, however, is the matter of medical research quality. We have some areas of the Polish science and academia and sciences and life sciences, whereby we're highly competitive on the global market. We have some areas which lag behind. Speaking of medicine, I believe there are areas which which fare well on the global science market, but this market, fortunately or not, is a highly competitive one. Although basic research is not often invested in, but for life sciences and public health sciences, the synergy of funding, there's much more of a synergy. Hence, since we've developed an attractive offer on the global market of medical education programs, now we should focus on possibly improving not only education quality, but also research and development quality, because this is going to translate into the position of the Polish science, which is very dear to us at our ministry, but also education quality and also post-graduation situation of alumni on the Polish labor market. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister and Madam Minister. Dr. Henryka Mościcka-Dendys of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Minister Professor Andrzej Szeptycki of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education have been the guests of our panel in this conference. Thank you very much for this truly fascinating debate. Thank you very much.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy.
Thank you very much.
Przed przerwą kawową, na
Before
którą
the coffee
zapraszam teraz,
break,
chciałbym tylko powiedzieć,
I'm
że
going to which I'm going to invite you now. I'd like to just
Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego,
share it with you that this conference is under the patronage of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education and the rector of our university, and also of the Conference of Academic Rectors of Medical University. And the media patron is Radio Gdańsk. Please join us for a coffee break, which allows to give you an opportunity to reset our schedule. And this break is going to continue until 11:20. Thank you. After the coffee break, the next item on the agenda is a presentation of a survey that we
zadania
conducted
powierzonego nam
as
przez
part of
ministerstwo.
a task we've been entrusted
Przed
by
dzisiejszą konferencją
the ministry.
przeprowadziliśmy dwie
Before
ankiety.
this conference,
Jedna
we
była
have
ankietą
ran
wśród uczelni
two
Crown.
surveys. One of them was
A
part of
zatem
Crown
otrzymaliśmy
universities,
zwrot jednego egzemplarza z
so
każdej
we
uczelni.
got a copy from each
Natomiast
of the
druga, i tę
universities
właśnie
involved in
będę
the
teraz
association.
przedstawiał,
But the other
to
one,
jest
and this is the one I'm
ankieta
going to
wśród
talk you through now, is a survey
zagranicznych
conducted
kierunków
amongst
anglojęzycznych
international English
na temat
educational programs at Crown universities,
preferencji co do
on
zatrudnienia po studiach.
alumni preferences for employment post-graduation, but the survey was divided into three parts. In the first part, we asked about the background and motivation to study what they did, so that we could get more background information about the subjects. In part two of the survey, we asked them about studying in Poland as such, and the undergraduates or alumni experience of the stay in Poland. And in part three, we queried them about their expectations and vision of future employment, if they were planning to remain in Poland or go back to their home country or to go to a third country. A total of 301 students took part of universities associated in Crown. The most of them were from Gdańsk Medical University, but the data the sample has been weighted up to the structure of the population of the said universities, and hence we have very similar percentages of students who would be taking the survey across the universities involved. Because you will have noticed, we have a bit of a delay. I'll try to present very briefly the findings. The first one is arrival in Poland and living in Poland. More or less a half of the students come from European countries and others from outside Europe. Speaking of Europe, as you can see, Norway, Ireland, Germany come to the fore, and less so Sweden and the UK, but we have different percentages across different universities. From Asia, we have the most students from India, from the USA. Here, the USA looms large, of course, and from Africa, we have Zimbabwe, that's been brought up already, and quite a few students from Nigeria. Speaking of our university, mostly they study at English division, and they follow the program of nursing in vast majority. So this is the structure of the said population. On to the question about Polish background, no surprise amongst Asians and Africans, very few or none, but amongst Americans, very many, 3/4 of our American students at medical universities, that would be with American backgrounds, with Polish backgrounds. Of course, tuition fees play a role, but another, not less important, is the factor of sentiment and the presence of family and relations in Poland, whereby if you don't stay with them, you can at least keep in touch with them. Broadly, every fifth person declared Polish background. If they knew Polish at early stages of the education, it turns out every fourth international students, especially from the US, spoke Polish, at least on the basic level. It doesn't mean those would be persons who could engage in actual conversation in Poland, and which is particularly important when you study medicine and nursing, whereby interviewing patients or talking to patients is a matter which is absolutely fundamental. In Poland, we have very many patients who don't speak English. In other countries, there's more of a competency in English, and that's different. But medical programs require very good competency of the local language. Speaking of their intentions to learn Polish to a professional level, almost 75% of the overall population declared they are going to learn Polish, but it's doesn't have to translate into a decision to stay in Poland upon graduation. Mostly it's more about cultural experience and better integration with their fellow undergraduates, or perhaps with the land of their forebears. There's also a group across each of those groups who declare they don't have such intention at all, and after graduation they're going to find or pursue their luck elsewhere. We asked them how different they found Poland to the culture they were brought up in. Broadly, more than a half said that their cultural conditions are significantly different from the ones they are familiar with, but the most shock was experienced by Africans, even Europeans. Half of them found the conditions in Poland to be significantly different. We know it from our Scandinavian undergraduates, although we are geographically close, then our customs across many issues are very significant, very different. Another thing, how difficult it was to adapt to living in under Polish conditions. Here we have similar answers. A quarter of all subjects found it hard, but the majority, almost a half of subjects, found it easy to adapt. Asians and Americans came to the fore. Americans probably was because they had mostly known Polish when arriving in Poland, so that must have been helpful. How they assess aspects of life in Poland, perhaps I'm not going to name all those particulars, but as Madam Minister said, they assess our public transportation very well, and the environment and security and safety, history and architecture. And also they appreciate that it's easy to travel to and from Poland and travel across Poland. They are not very satisfied with the relationships with Polish peers, and the skill of communicating with Poles in languages different than Polish, and also of other interactions with students. English division students often say that degree of integration with Polish undergraduates is insufficient, that they'd say campus life isn't as vibrant and full of events to bring undergraduates together. So this is an issue that transpires from the survey. Another matter is studying in Poland, and the decision to study in Poland was informed by recognition of qualifications, so what the ministries and Mr. Rector had brought up in the course of the previous panel. What's also of significance is a good relationship of costs to quality and also high renown of the Polish tertiary education system in their homeland. And of course here the situation has been changing across the past few years, as the National Agency for Academic Exchange jointly with universities have been engaging in efforts to promote the educational offer of Polish universities in course of APAEA, FIRST and NAFSA in the US and across many other such bandwagons, so the familiarity with our standards is on the rise. So word of mouth and the opinions expressed by their friends, so we know that if someone studied here and was happy, then more undergraduates come from either the family or from amongst the friends who would also like to dip their toe in the experience. Medics in close milieu of the subjects, so we see more than a half are going to be the first doctor or nurse from amongst their family members, but also about a half have amongst their friends or family a doctor or medical practitioners, and 2/3 have got a doctor amongst their friends. And typically it's the first stage in a career with no prior tradition to draw on. So an interesting choice. What do you study? Mostly it's about training doctors, and hence we had, this is the majority of the answers, and fewer subjects pursuing dentistry, and then nursing, and also pharmaceutics.
Ocena studiów w Polsce.
The assessment of the experience of studying in Poland, a vast majority of the subjects are happy with the decision they've made and the professional career path they've chosen. A vast majority of them are also convinced that by studying in Poland they are going to achieve the competencies necessary for them to successfully work in healthcare. Speaking of their satisfaction with studying in Poland, the majority are satisfied. And the smallest percentage of satisfied students are about the design of the program curricula. Here, satisfaction levels were observed to be the smallest ones. And we asked them if they would be advising or recommending studying in Poland to their friends or family. And here our partners, surveyor in the format, approached it two-fork approach. So we have 54% of the persons who would recommend broadly studying in Poland, but using the classic methodology Net Promoter Score, we see it changes, and the one who would have a critical outlook would amount to 46%. And across all the groups, be it Asians or Africans, Europeans or Americans, so there are more critics than promoters, which doesn't change the fact that the educational offer is still popular with candidates, and we don't really struggle to find candidates interested in studying in Poland.
Life and work after studies. And here we have the question about the following factors being important for the future after graduation. The quality of life as the first one, then the possibilities for professional development, remunerations level, healthcare, and relatively least important was the proximity of the loved ones and family. And given the fact that Poland is well communicated with the rest of the world, seems only logical. Language and ease of communications, that's the key aspect. All the students from abroad mentioned that Polish language is a difficult one, and learning it in a degree sufficient for working in Poland without this sense of being terrified by making language errors is high. Let's use the case of an alumni from 2013, Dr. Leszek Fernando. He works in Morong. I've talked to him. Sadly, he could not be joining us today as one of the alumni with whom we'll be talking later on, but he serves as an example of a very successful professional career in Poland, but he's also by far not the only one. The choice of country upon graduation. Here I'd like to draw your attention to one important aspect. The Asians and Africans are reluctant to return to their own countries. Majority of them, more than a half, prefer to go to a different country, which means that we are doing something good, i.e. offer professional education on a decent or above average level, but after graduating, most of the graduates do not return to their own healthcare systems, given that the countries of their origin are often lagging in terms of economic development or are overpopulated. They do not get these workers to their markets, but instead the graduates choose to go to the UK, the US, Australia, some of them to Germany. I won't read through this table. It's quite clear, I believe, to anyone. And this is a phenomenon which could be kind of a brain drain, but then again, we're not training, we are offering education, but no one can force the people to go back to their own countries, and yet after going abroad, these graduates can also sustain their families who remain in countries of their origin. And we'll be developing on this matter later on during today's session. Why haven't you chosen Poland as a place to remain after you finished your studies? And these are students, of course, so it's a question about the future. Environment and working conditions are better outside, they say. I study in English, so they're not convinced that they could work efficiently and safely with Polish language. I feel best in my own country. And after that, the final argument is the student loan, because agreement is an agreement, but one can pay it off by working in different places, so it's not an issue. The most important factors are the first three. Preferred healthcare system. Most of those who respondents declare they will wish to work both in public and private healthcare. A small fraction prefers to work in either of those, and there are a few undecided. How probable is that you will continue scientific career? The Asian seems to be most inclined to do so, European only 17%, and there's an average of 27%. This is not surprising because there are very specific expectations regarding the future careers. Most of the students seek practical career and contact with their patients, and not all of them wish to become scientists. So this is the summary of the study, and now I have the privilege to invite Ms. Fatima Znai, who, being part of the Center for Migration Research at the University of Warsaw, she'll be discussing the migratory patterns. Fatima, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? I'm Fatima. I'm from Morocco, and I'm a master's student at Warsaw University, majoring in interdisciplinary studies on social change. And I am an affiliated researcher at the CMR, which is the Migration Research Center of Warsaw University. And I'm pleased to be here today with you, presenting the results of our project with my esteemed mentor and supervisor, Dr. Dominika Pszukuska. I hope I pronounced it right. So, as we've been discussing, Poland is indeed a major hub for international medical education, and our project is basically about investigating why these students decide to leave, because the majority comes to Poland as a first station, and then they have their plans to leave Poland. So I'll walk you through our research data. We have conducted both quantitative and qualitative research. We've conducted surveys that reached 209 participants from sixth-year medical students from various universities. It was conducted for 3 years, starting 2022 until 2024. And we've got 34 participants in 2022 from 4 universities. And then in 2023, we got 80 participants from 13 universities, and then in 2024 we received 95 participants also from 13 universities. And after that, we conducted in-depth interviews with junior doctors, and we've reached 13 interviews that helped us understand the exact push and pull factors and retention strategies that could make future doctors or graduating doctors remain in Poland. And yes, our results are slightly different from what was presented before, but we have some things in common. For example, the nationalities are varied, and we have the majority coming from Scandinavian countries, mainly from Norway, followed by Sweden. We have India dominating right after, Germany, Taiwan, USA, and then we have others coming from various other countries like Canada, and we had numerous dual nationals, including Polish nationals. We had people from Lebanon, Ireland, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and so on. So when we asked them why you chose Poland for your studies, of course they were given the choice of choosing multiple answers, and the most common answer was easy acceptance. This was also confirmed in interviews. People found Poland very accessible in terms of acceptance because the requirements were very easy. Followed by that, they found Poland very affordable in terms of tuition fees and also the cost of living. High quality of teaching. This one was somehow controversial, especially from those of Polish origins, but the rest confirmed that they had high quality teaching. Also, family and relatives in Poland, and being close to home, and this one was basically from people of Scandinavia. So we asked them, are you planning to remain in Poland since you spent 6 years here studying and experiencing a different culture? And as you can see, the majority says no. And a very small proportion said yes. And the ones that plan to stay in Poland come from countries like Belarus, India, Ukraine, Brazil, Thailand, USA, and Taiwan. So why are they not staying in Poland? Many push factors were mentioned, but we highlighted the ones that were mentioned or emphasized mostly. The first one, they had pre-planned mobility. So they come to Poland as a first station to get their degrees and move somewhere else where they had their plans. An example is, I have some quotes from the survey, the comment section in the surveys, and also the interviews. So I'll read some of them. I never considered staying in Poland. I always knew I would go there to study and leave. And this person was from Ireland, and they liked the quality of education, but Poland was just not for them because they had better plans elsewhere. Most of our doctors, this one is very interesting because people from Norway have these agreements between the Norwegian and Polish governments that Poland trains Norwegian doctors. And here you can see the last quote, without Poland, Norway would not function. Yes, and also they help them in terms of finances. They have to only pay 60% back after they graduate. Yeah, and of course, most of doctors study in Norway, study in Poland. The second most frequent reason was they don't think they are wanted in Poland. Most of the participants expressed that they felt like outsiders, both in social encounters and also in the academic environment. For example, it's like we and them, the foreigners, right? They teach us, they make money, and then we leave. I don't think they expected English students to stay. That does not really seem to be the goal. Also, I never got the feeling that anyone wanted us to stay. In the interviews, it was very clear that they didn't feel like they were needed or wanted in Poland. So, okay, I have my plan already, and I don't feel like they're making any efforts for me to stay, so why bother? The next push factor, and this one was very much mentioned in the surveys as well as in the interviews, is the language. There were some cases of people who spoke Polish, but they expressed that the quality of the courses offered at university were not sufficient. So I can read the second quote. I do speak Polish, but I didn't really feel proficient in my medical Polish. They were just pushing individual words and grammar to the point where I was sitting there for 1 or 2 hours and we had only gone through 2 words. Also, I feel so sorry for everyone that had to go through that for 3 years, because at the end of that, no one could even say hello to a patient. And during the interviews, I sensed that they had almost 0 Polish skills given the courses. And I checked the hours they had in various universities, and they were really little, like once a week. And they said that it was not enough for them to be proficient. The following is organization of healthcare. Here, they emphasized the working conditions in the healthcare system, the low pay, long hours, and lack of flexibility. The first one says doctors tend to be overworked in Poland, 24-hour shifts that are followed by a clinic shift that just so much overtime. The pay, a student or a graduate said that he was getting paid 70,000 euros starting without residency in Norway. So what could convince foreign students to stay in Poland? Well, they emphasized working conditions and strict regulations on the working hours for doctors. So not all stories are about leaving, we suppose. And those who stayed and those whom I spoke to in interviews expressed their willingness to stay. Of course, the language was the biggest barrier for them. They liked the quality of life in Poland, but they mentioned that the rest of their colleagues were not willing to put in all the effort to stay in Poland. It was just easy for them to carry on somewhere else where they feel comfortable with the language and they could be easily integrated. So the second one is personal ties. Some participants found partners in Poland, like here. This person is from Brazil. She said, in the meantime, I found a partner here, also influenced my decision to stay. Another said, from Taiwan, I like Polish people a lot and I feel very welcome in the country. It was one of the main reasons that made me stay. This is opposing to what was mentioned before, but it says positive learning environment or experience. Some people enjoyed studying in Poland and they had a positive experience in practice. But why? It was because they spoke the language, so they had access to more practice compared to their English-speaking colleagues. This person said clinical experience in Poland is really good compared to the neighboring countries, and here the person was comparing it to Italy. This person, the last one is a practicing person in Poland. He's from Taiwan, and he said, the thought started to form in my head in early stages of my studies, since I was learning the Polish language from the very beginning. I felt a sense of achievement and affirmation, and continued to learn up until now, and I'm comfortably working in Poland. So it means that it's not impossible to do, but it takes the willingness to put in the effort to learn the language in order to integrate properly in the society and in the working environment. So when they leave, where are they going? As you can see, the majority are planning to go back home, but why is it the majority? Is because we have the majority from Scandinavia, and they are naturally going back to their countries. And people from Asia plan to go to third countries like US, UK, Canada, and people from Europe tend to go to other European countries, and UK, US, also Switzerland. And their departure was planned, of course, right after their graduation without taking an internship in Poland, because it makes it difficult for them to learn about the system that they're going to work in. Yeah, so that's all for my part. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, let's move on to the next part, which is my conversation with 3 graduates from medicine. One of them from the University of Kharkiv in Ukraine, and 2, our graduates. We will now take the floor, Professor Shalimova, Dr. Viviura, and Dr. Singh. Welcome to the stage.
Okay, we feel a little pressure of the time, so I suppose that our previous arrangement as to time will be a little bit modified. I would like us, first of all, thank you very much for accepting the invitation, and I would like us to go through, similarly to this survey, through 3 stages in your life. 1, your early years, so please introduce yourself and tell about your motivation to choose medical studies. Just create some landscape from where you originate. And the second will be about your medical studies, and the third one about your professional situation. So let's start with Professor Anna Shalimova.
Dziękuję. Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Nazywam się Anna Szelimowa.
Thank you very much and welcome. My name is Professor Anna Shalimova. I come from Kharkiv, which is known as the university town. In 2005, I graduated from medicine in Kharkiv. And my professional practice was very much linked to the medical university in Kharkiv. I was doing my PhD and then junior professorship. Following the latter, I realized, okay, now I'm a junior professor, and what now? Because on one hand, when you graduate from medicine, I kept teaching at the medical university, but I also love learning for my own ends. And then I thought I wanted to see what research and science looks like in the European Union. And because for many years I'd been running research into hypertension and the European Association for Hypertension, on their website I found Professor Nerkiewicz, who is the head of the Clinic of Hypertension and Diabetology of Gdańsk Medical University and the former president of the European Association of Hypertension. And I approached him by email, and I got a reply that he invites me to Gdańsk to give me a tour of what it's all about. To be honest, I knew nothing about Gdańsk except for there being a city like this in Poland. And in late 2006, I came to Gdańsk. It was just a short visit of 3 days, but I was so swept off my feet with Professor Nerkiewicz and his team that I decided I definitely wanted to come to Gdańsk to do scientific research. And in 2017, I came for a year's scientific sabbatical, actually, at the Clinic of Hypertension of Gdańsk Medicine University. Then I went back to Kharkiv because I had a family, and I understood I had to, of sorts, to go back to Kharkiv. But what followed, I'll be happy to talk about it later. Thank you very much, Dr. Klaudia Wiewióra now. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invite to sit at today's conference. What I can tell you about myself, I came from Philadelphia in the US as a child. That's where I was brought up. I lived in Poland for about 4 years, from my late primary school years until the third grade of my secondary school. Then, after 8 years, my parents decided to relocate to the US, whereby I grew up, essentially. Speaking of my path towards Avenue, I wanted to be a doctor since I was a child, so I did what I could to pursue this avenue. In the course of my secondary school, I volunteered across many hospitals, and that's when I came across my first mentor in surgery department, and he showed me X-rays and other imagery test results, and he also supported me in my decision to train as a doctor. But speaking of Gdańsk itself, I chose this place because the US, or in the US, learning or training as doctors, it's long and costly and complicated, because first you need to sit or complete 4-year studies. Typically students apply for pre-med programs to get preliminary education to study medicine. Then after 4 years, proper medical studies begin, provided that you get accepted. But the average age of a candidate accepted to study medicine in the US is around 25 years. So for me, considering it from perspective, I could start my studies directly after my secondary school, and I could just reduce my education time by 2 years, and I wanted to start studying medicine as soon as possible and to practice as a doctor as soon as possible. Additionally, I'd been accepted at some universities in the US. I was on the point of starting my studies at the University of Massachusetts, but in the meantime I found out there's a program, English division, at Gdańsk Medical University. And I went to an entry exam at Philadelphia, and I had a bit of a dilemma on my hands if I should go to Poland or to continue with the studies in the US. And it ended up me going for Gdańsk. And I went for Gdańsk because I know that the university could give me education at international level. It was accredited in Europe and in the US, which was fundamental for me, speaking of potentially going back to the US. And speaking of the very fact of me studying in Poland as an international, so to speak, I feel no worse that I'd graduated in Gdańsk. I believe my training is just as good as any other university at any other country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now we go on to Dr. Shraddha Singh.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. I am from India, of course. Just starting off, I'm a recent graduate of medicine from GUMED English Division. I graduated last year in 2024. I started my journey of Europe in 2018. and it's quite fascinating. I learned a lot throughout the way, and currently I am employed at GUMED at the first department of cardiology as a medical researcher, and I'm also working with Department of General Surgery and Transplantology, teaching third-year students of English division. Well, I come from a not-so-small city in India. We are a population of 4 million people, but we would say, you know, it's middle grade. We're not a metropolitan city, but yeah, it's quite fascinating. If you ever get an opportunity to visit, I would definitely say you should visit my home city. We have amazing food. Coming to Poland in 2018 wasn't the first time that I had any interaction with like foreigners or international people because of my dad's work. We really traveled around the world. We were in Japan from 2008 to 2012. Yeah, the tragedy also, it was during when I was there, unfortunately. But during that time, I was really studying in Tokyo International School, where I actually had exposure to kids of expats from different parts of the world, you know, just exposure to different sort of like culture and their different opinions and thoughts. Even as teenagers, we can have opinions. And then after that, for quite some time, we went back to India, and then we were in Belgium for some time. And then my family was in Belgium, and I started studying here. Basically, we split up. But yeah, it was a wonderful experience. And otherwise, I would say most of my personal growth has been when I started studying here, because I came here as an 18-year-old. How much do you really know as an 18-year-old? You're 7 seas across, all by yourself, figuring everything out. It was quite interesting experience for me, at least because my parents did not come to leave me at the university to, you know, say bye. So I had to figure everything out by myself. And for somebody who did not speak Polish, when I came here in 2018, it was a little bit difficult to like kind of orient myself. And I also came here on a Saturday. So everything is closed on Sunday, and I only had euros, and I cannot spend euros. So it was quite an interesting, how do you say, experience. And then recently, like with time, I got to know people. I got to know different people from the university and my colleagues, and it became easier and easier. As a medical career, I never wanted to be a doctor. Even until my 12th grade, I did not. I was more interested in biotechnology and sciences, or even at some point, I even considered being a lawyer or going to literature, maybe, because it's quite like, especially because India has a huge hub of literacy, and, you know, where a lot of people are involved in literature and studies of literature. And then I had biology in my 12th grade, and then we decided, okay, you know, because my parents were shifting to Belgium and I didn't want to stay back. And I was like, okay, Gdansk really fit my budget at that time, maybe not today. If I tried, you know, starting my career again and studying medicine, probably would be a bit off my budget. But in 2018, it seemed like a really good choice. And also I had opportunities to go into like research during my studies. So it was a very favorable option for me. I remember Dr. Wojciech, he did my interview. So I remember him. And it was quite convenient because traveling back and forth to my family in Belgium, it seemed more appropriate and wasn't that too far away. And I basically fell in love while studying in my first year of anatomy, and maybe not histology, but definitely anatomy, and studying every day and all over again was basically how I was more of like introduced to the whole healthcare and medical sciences, and basically I had the opportunity to explore my own path, that what sort of field I really want to go in. And in second year, I was introduced to practical basic skills of surgery, and that's when I basically decided that I would want to be a surgeon in the future. Yeah, and I think maybe my time is up.
Thank you very much, Rada. Actually, you went a little further, and no, not so much as time, but as much as the topic is concerned, because we are moving to the second part, which is experience from the studies. So it's partly already covered by you. Let's move on now back to Claudia. Yes, the order is different in every turn. So your experience of medical studies here.
Jeżeli chodzi o moje studia w Polsce,
As for my studies in Poland, I have a very fond memory, although the beginning was bumpy. I came here alone. I lived in Gdańsk alone. My family comes from the Żywiec region. So although I have a family here, they are quite far away and I did not have many opportunities to interact with them. Another issue was my Polish. It was a bit clumsy back then. Today I'm capable of communicating, but back in the day I used half Polish, half English, not to mention writing and grammar, where I would, and I still do actually, make spelling mistakes. Still, as for the culture, it's never been a problem for me to blend in. I come from the mountain region, and I feel myself, I consider myself a girl of the mountains, and I visit my family there in the Żywiec region from time to time every year. And even though I came here to Poland from far away, I still had some prior interactions. As for my life here, in spite of being alone and having difficulties at the beginning, I've never felt lonely because I've learned a really great bunch of friends, great students, and the academic milieu, which I felt supported me and took me in. And because of that, I felt supported by many people, and the relationships I struck back then, be it lecturers or my peers, well, we still keep in touch, just like we do with Professor Kaczmarek. We're friends on Facebook, after all. So what did the school offer? Well, what I received was an incredible space to grow. I've never considered myself that much engaged in the life of the academia. I've always felt the urge to help people, but I've never felt motivated to work in such an environment, and yet this is what I do now. I've represented the students of the English division at the department council. I've met a lot of interesting people, a lot of inspiring mentors who accompanied my journey across the studies and inspired me to become a better version of myself.
Po prostu poznałam i czy to byli profesorowie, czy to nauczyciele,
lecturers, teachers, or the doctors at the clinic, I felt the need to have the same knowledge and skills set as they had, and this is why I became so involved in research projects and scientific pursuits. I've also worked as a translator for research on various departments. I've been part of scientific clubs.
Jak już wcześniej wspominałam, zawsze chciałam pomagać
and I've
ludziom
always
i
wanted
też
to help people, and that's why I also became involved in charitable efforts. I've been one of the leaders of Fighters to Epsilon Brotherhood. We organized collections for and fundraisers for homeless persons. But this also reminds me of an anecdote, because I like liked the studies so much and I felt so much engaged that when the university offered the opportunity to sign up for extracurricular activities, I just signed in. And at the end of my studies, when we were graduating after 6 years, it turned out that I had the largest number of extracurricular hours in the history of the university, for which I've been awarded by the dean. And for for my achievements during the studies, I've received the award from the rector. So this has been an immensely fruitful period, which will forever stay as a fond memory in my mind. Thank you. This has been very motivating and heartwarming, and it's great to hear. And now I'd like to invite Anna to offer her contribution. And could you discuss your work here once you started here? Well, I will start nonetheless with my first arrival in 2017 for my scientific internship. And from one hand, it was just a year, not a very long time after all, but once I came back to Kharkiv, I would often say that was probably the best year of my scientific career because I was absolutely enchanted. And today, I can say it with full responsibility, in the best team who run very highly advanced scientific research. And the mentorship from Professor Markiewicz, he created a team that was simply a pleasure to work in. And every member of this team, well, I felt privileged to work with them. But on the other hand, I had family in Kharkiv whom I missed, and I needed to return there.
Wracając do Charkowa,
bardzo płakałam, ponieważ I returned to Kharkiv, I was crying a lot because on one hand I was coming home, but part of my heart was left in Gdańsk. And Professor Narkiewicz then said, Ania, you're always welcome to come back. And this was very important to me because I felt that I was still the part of the team. And when I came back to Kharkiv, our collaboration was extended. We've signed an agreement between the Gdańsk Medical University and the Kharkiv Medical University. And owing to this collaboration and scientific research in which I've been engaged during my internship, my postdoc, in Ukraine, I've received the President's Prize for Young Scholars in 2020, and in 2020 I've become a professor. And I've never thought that this would be the reason for me to return to Gdańsk. I came back in March 2022 because of the outbreak of the war. Unfortunately, and millions of Ukrainians became dispersed around the world and Europe, but I've never fathomed that I would come to a different country other than Poland or any other city other than Gdańsk, because it's here where I felt at home. And during the first days of war, the way Professor Narkiewicz and the entire team took care of me and the support they showed to me was immensely important. And when I came here in March 22, literally the next day I was at the office, and Minister mentioned the fast track for Ukrainians and non-EU citizens, and this path for validation and certification was very lengthy. Since my documents were recognized, I had to also have my professional thesis, but it's literally a process of 3 years of a very arduous effort to become a fully fledged doctor in the EU and become a professor at the university. And for me, it's very important that I can work here and do my research, about which I will talk later on, and to work among the best scholars and doctors. Thank you. Thank you so much for this contribution.
Could you summarize your highlights from your medical studies, possibly?
Yeah,
Thank you.
gladly. I mean, it's been so recent and fresh that I can talk about med school all day. It's not a problem. I mean, my highlight would be, apart from obviously like studying the subjects and everything, I had the opportunity to get involved with the student community and also had the opportunity to find my mentor and boss and so many opportunities for networking. At least in the beginning of the years or our pre-clinical years, as you say, and it was a bit tough because, you know, COVID hit during my second year and everything was shut down. I had no contact with my family for like probably, I didn't see them for a year or a year and a half. It was quite tough, but then I had like this community of students, you know, and we all like kind of made it through. And right after COVID, when everything came back to place, everybody was, you know, filled with energy and we wanted to do something. And I think the first initiative as a student I started was something called Resource Team. So this was not something new, but it was something like given to us by our seniors. So the whole point of Resource Team was to basically provide sort of like help and upliftment to the student community, be it academic-wise, or they just want to talk to somebody because, you know, they're far, far away from their home. Give them sort of like guidance and support and somebody to talk to or listen to. It became very popular, and we still have like it's under function right now, and it has become bigger and a huge sense of community because I know, Professor, you also coordinate and collaborate with them. I had a lot of support from the International Relations Office during that time that I was able to like organize the things that I wanted to do. And I'm very happy that I had an amazing group of colleagues who had the same sort of passion to kind of uplift the student community. Apart from that, then like I also had the opportunity to work in IFMSA, volunteer. I was working at like the volunteering at like the basic local community level. We started our English division chapter to involve more English division students in IFMSA because it's very solely Polish at that time when I started. But now we wanted to incorporate more and more English division students into IFMSA, and then I also had the opportunity to be working as like the assistant to the treasurer of the board of IFMSA Poland. It was quite fascinating. They really wanted to integrate more and more English division students when they saw that there's a lot of like interest. And then my next journey was started with Student Scientific Society. I still have problems saying the Polish version of it. It's very tough. But
Studenckie Towarzystwo Naukowe.
Thank you so much. Yes.
I know it by heart.
And that's how like I got in touch with all the researchers and the scientists, and I found my calling for, you know, contributing to science and medical research. But Student Scientific Society is more aimed for organizing science, not like conducting projects for you, but like helping students of our GUMET to kind of assist them with, you know, any problems or admin or organizational things that they would need during their studies. During my time, I think I was the first English division student to be on the board of SDN. It was me and two other of my colleagues, and we were like, yeah, we need to do this. And we also had help from the former president of the board, Mikołaj Młyński and Małgorzata Steczynska, wonderful people, one of my best collaborators. They really helped us, and I think we even made it to the SDN convention, which is like each medical university in Poland has their own SDN, and once a year we all meet to discuss our problems and good points, bad points, and they had to do the first time their meeting in English. Because I wasn't very well versed with Polish, but I think it was a wonderful experience that they were so accommodating for somebody who does not speak Polish. It's quite interesting. And then through SDN, we organize a lot of events, which basically popularizing science. We're coordinating with IDUB, the Research University Initiative, especially Dr. Andielska. She's been such a help for us. So having sort of these different people from different parts of the university who kind of gave us the opportunity to do something is quite nice. Professor Bonczek, who's the head of IDUB, Research University Initiative, and more importantly, like my boss, Professor Miłosz Jaguszewski, and our chief, Professor Martin Gruchava, so open-minded and welcoming for people and especially students, because I feel like as a student we're already so overwhelmed and intimidated by our professors and teachers because they have a lot of things going on. But when the teachers are not approachable, it's more difficult to organize anything. I can see I should.
We could go on for hours, and probably more and more people would log on to this transmission to hear more of those accounts. But time is merciless, and that's why I would like to ask Anna to summarize briefly the important project that you are involved in, because it's really a huge thing. If you could speak about that right now. Thank you.
W chwili obecnej jestem kierownikiem projektu naukowego, który
Now I'm ahead of a science project that our hypertension and diabetology department work on, and in this project we assess how stress induced by war mediates the development of hypertension and cardiovascular complaints in females from Ukraine. Why such a project? Because when I arrived in Gdańsk in 2022, that was an evacuees train, jointly with my daughter, Professor Nerkiewicz saw my despair and the despair of thousands of other Ukrainians, females, who came to Tri-City fleeing war. And it was then that the idea just came across us that it should be a science and social project to help us cope with stress. And we managed to secure a grant from the National Science Center, and we set about to work. The project canvassed 548 female Ukrainians who came to Tri-City following the war, and more than 200 female Ukrainians got more specific assessments of cardiovascular system. And what we did in our project is that, research aside, we managed to organize psychological and psychiatric support jointly with the Clinic of Psychiatry of Gdańsk Medical University, and I actually consulted Ukrainian females as a doctor, and I saw all the test results, and we talked the outcomes with them. And our project became an international one because a few other states joined in, Belgium, Switzerland, and we have results of stress readings and cardiovascular complaints of the females who still live in Ukraine. And that project would have never been possible had it not been for this excellent team and had it not been of the mentorship of Professor Nerkiewicz. And it's an honor to work not only on the team of an actual scientist with a capital S, but also a person who bears witness to the best quality of a human that only so few of us could exemplify. And what I wanted to say, it's not always down to us what happens around us, but we always have a choice of sorts. And to a large extent, it's down to us which door we open and what is behind this door. And I believe my arrival in Gdańsk opened the right door in my life. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a very important contribution that I believe we're going to take away and that are going to reverberate in us for a long time. What happened and what bad was caused by it, we all know, but not everyone is aware that as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the need to flee of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians to other states, good things also take place, like the project you're part of. Thank you very much. Claudia, could you possibly summarize your professional experience in Poland?
Moja droga w Polsce
Yes,
po
well,
studiach jest,
my way,
można powiedzieć, ciekawa.
as of my graduation, has been an interesting one. I wasn't too confident about possibly staying in Poland upon graduation, because firstly, I preferred English, and secondly, I'm from the US.
Ale stwierdziłam, że zostanę.
But I decided to stay.
Musiałam zdać egzamin
I had to
polski z
sit
polskiego medycznego przed rozpoczęciem
Polish
stażu.
medical exam before beginning of my internship, which was exorbitantly difficult, fiendishly difficult language-wise, and in my oral exam, the examiner had a lot of fun that I couldn't pronounce millimeters of
Oczywiście
mercury,
egzamin, podeszłam do stażu,
and I aced the exam, and I did my junior training, and then I had to do sit my final medical exam, which means at first attempt I failed because it was very much down to the language barrier, and I had no idea how to revise, because I just wasn't or hadn't been prepared for Polish, medical Polish, so I revised from English textbooks, and I would just translate terminology into Polish. But at second attempt, I passed, and I made it to my specialism of choice, and I chose for a small town hospital, because I'd heard that it's the best place to get some practical experience, and as a person who's been working at one for 7 years, I can fully corroborate that. And the beginnings were also difficult, because I'd never come across Polish healthcare as an international before. I had no idea what a small-town hospital would be like. I had no idea how I'd be received, if I would be accepted. It turns out I came across excellent persons and the doctors who supported me and who would share their expertise, and they were very keen to help me learn, and I learned so much practical stuff. And to me it was so inspiring and so shocking, positively shocking, and I had such good experience that I decided to stay on at the said hospital. Now I speak of the Powiat Hospital in Tczew. I started general surgery specialism. It wasn't always easy, because at internship I had sometimes strugglings communicating with patients. I had to translate English into Polish, Polish into English, and also, of course, the written part of work, and it would take much more for me to take histories of complaints.
się sama z tym wszystkim.
I
Nie czułam się, że to
struggled,
jest
but
tylko
whenever I
wyłącznie
struggled,
mój
I didn't feel
problem,
alone. I didn't feel it was just my
ale
issue,
też
but the team
angażował w to, żeby mi
would
pomagać,
chip in
także ja nie byłam
and
w tym
engage.
absolutnie
So
sama.
I was never left to my devices
Na oddziale
entirely.
trafiłam chirurgicznym na naprawdę
And
świetną
at
grupę
the
specjalistów,
surgery
którzy mnie
ward, I
uczyli
came across
i
excellent
poznałam
specialists
mojego
who
ordynatora,
taught me, and I
doktora
found
Mirosława
my head, Dr. Mirosław
który po prostu
Drocha,
dla mnie jest
who
moim mentorem,
is actually
który
my mentor,
fundamentalnie
who
zmienił,
fundamentally
ukształtował moje życie jako
changed
chirurg,
and
jako
shaped up my
człowiek
life as a
i jako
surgeon
lekarz.
and
I
as a
bez
person and
niego
as a
nie
doctor.
byłabym tutaj,
And
gdzie
had it
jestem.
not been for him, I would have
Zdecydowanie
never
był pierwszą osobą, którą
been here.
nauczył mnie
And
szyć,
he was the first
nauczył mnie
person
wiązać
who
węzły chirurgiczne.
taught the suturing
Był
to me
pierwszą osobą, która
and medical knots.
stała ze mną do moich pierwszych
He was
zabiegów
the first
operacyjnych.
person who assisted me in my surgeries or first surgical attempts, and other specialists in the ward would also support me. So as a team, everyone chipped in to make sure that I succeed, and I can only thank them for this. Now I'm almost ending my specialism. I've just done the written exam. And it's hard work, of course, and as we know, working in Polish healthcare, that's a demanding, it's a tall order and long hours, but I believe I'm happy. And just to share with you some of my thoughts, I don't think the institutions are created by names, but by the staff who work there. And for me, it's absolutely fundamental, because I've worked at smaller hospitals, larger hospitals, and I trained at a medical university, and I visited a number of different medical centers. And as a young person and also a high school student, I came across leaders and mentors who dramatically changed my life, who were just exemplary professionalists, and just they were a yardstick of ethics, and I would have never made it to where I am today. So it's so important to come across such persons, irrespectively what institution this is all about, because those are the persons who shape up our lives, and we are never the good people that we become without contribution from such persons. But speaking of my practice in Poland, I never feel I'm a worse specialist compared to me possibly getting my specialism in general surgery elsewhere. I believe Poland has given me such strong foundations that wherever I go, I can always cope, and a long way is still ahead of me. And these have been just some early stages as a junior specialist. What I'm going to do next, I'm not sure about that now. I consider pursuing another surgery specialism, but because I'm an international and from the US, and I graduated from English-speaking studies, I also consider strongly migrating back to the US or another English-speaking country. But what happens, well, time will tell.
Claudia, dziękuję bardzo. We have to finish right now. So I apologize to Shraddha for not giving you the third entry. That's the rules of the hybrid meeting, where we have online speakers waiting for the scheduled part, which should have started 10 minutes ago. Thank you very much.
Proszę Państwa, przechodzimy do następnego punktu, a jest...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to the next point on our agenda, the Rector's Panel. I do apologize to all the participants of the Rector's Panel for the delay we're having. I'd like to invite the following rectors to join us. Professor Michał Markuszewski, the Rector of the Medical University of Gdańsk, who will be joined online by Professor Marcin Moniuszko, Rector of the Medical University of Białystok,
Dzień dobry, panie rektorze.
Hello, Mr. Rector.
Zapraszam
I'd also
pana
like to invite
profesora Wojciecha
Professor
Załuskę, rektora Uniwersytetu
Wojciech Załusko, the
Medycznego
rector
Lublin,
of the Lublin Medical University and the head of the
Medycznych.
Conference of Directors of
Witamy, panie
Medical
rektorze.
Universities. Mr. Rector, welcome.
Zapraszam pana
And I'd
profesora
also
Janusza
like
Morysia, przewodniczącego
Professor Janusz
Uniwersyteckiej
Moryś,
Komisji
the
do spraw jakości
chairman of the
kształcenia na
University
kierunku
Commission
lekarskim
for the Quality of
Crown
Medical Education
oraz
at
pana
Crown
prodziekana do spraw
Conference,
studenckich
and
English
also
Division
the
Warszawskiego
Deputy Dean
Uniwersytetu Medycznego,
for Student Affairs
pana
of the English
doktora
Division
habilitowanego
at the
Jacka
Medical University
Sieńko.
of Warsaw, Dr. Jacek Sieńko.
Dziękuję bardzo i
Thank
chciałbym prosić
you very
o
much, gentlemen.
uruchomienie prezentacji
And now
przewidzianej dla tego
I'd
panelu.
like to ask for the
Dziękuję
presentation
bardzo.
to be initiated for the panel.
Zrobię króciutkie
I
wprowadzenie,
will
przedstawiając
do a
wyniki
very short
raportu
introduction
z tej
by presenting the
właśnie
results
drugiej ankiety, którą
of
zrobiliśmy
the
wśród
second
uczelni
questionnaires that we
Jest to
launched
badanie,
in the Crown
które udostępniliśmy
Conference
15 polskim
universities.
uczelniom
This study
medycynym
has
zrzeszonym
been
w
made
Crown.
available to 15
Ankietę
medical
wypełniło
universities in
11
Poland.
uczelni,
It's been
z czego
filled by
10 to są
11
uczelnie, które prowadzą
universities, out
kształcenie
of which 10
na anglojęzycznych
have
kierunkach medycznych
English
i jedna
division
uczelnia,
studies
która
and
planuje
one
otwarcie
university that is only
studiów.
planning to open such
Anglojęzyczne kierunki medyczne
studies.
w liczbach.
So let's take a look at the
Uczelnie
numbers.
prowadzą
The
kształcenie
universities teach
od różnego czasu.
for
Najstarsze,
varying
największe
amount of
doświadczenie
time.
mają te uczelnie,
The
które
most
zaczęły w
seasoned
roku
ones are the ones that
93,
started in 1993 and 94.
Stanowią one 40%.
And they
Przy takich
represent the
małych liczbach może nie ma
40%, but
sensu
given
podawać, ale widać, że jest
how
to
few
prawie połowa.
universities took part in the survey, we can see they amount to more or less
Natomiast
half
dokładnie
of all
połowę stanowią te, które
participants.
utworzyły
However,
swoje
exactly half of the
kierunki
participants
anglojęzyczne
opened
w
their
latach
English
2000-2010.
studies
W tej
divisions
gronie znajduje się
in the
również
years
nasza uczelnia.
20 and
I
2010.
10% to
And
te, które
10%
w
are the ones
późniejszym czasie
that
uruchomiły te studia.
started the
Nie będę
studies
wszystkiego
or
komentował,
English
bo to
divisions
jest
later. I won't
widoczne dla
comment
państwa
on everything
doskonale.
because you can see it clearly in the slides.
Jest już pewne spore
But
doświadczenie
there is a
w
certain amount of
kształceniu
experience
studentów
in
zagranicznych.
educating
Tak jak
foreign
wspominaliśmy
students in
wcześniej, przede
Poland,
wszystkim na kierunku
first and
lekarskim.
foremost in the medical studies.
Najdłużej prowadzą to kształcenie
The
Uniwersytet Medyczny w
University
Poznaniu,
in Poznań and the Jagiellonian University and with its Collegium Medicum and the Silesian Medical University and the Pomeranian Medical University in Szczecin have the most experience in this regard, while the most recent newcomer is the Wrocławian University. As for the number of students, most of them, most of the universities have between 5,000 and 6,000 undergraduates, and a similar proportion teaches between 6,000 and 7,000.
Taka sama jest również liczba
Apologies.
uczelni, które mają tych studentów od 7 do 10 tysięcy i dokładnie po 9%.
Threshold is 7 to
Liczba
10,000
studentów
students.
obcojęzycznych
As for foreign
dwie
students
300
number,
do 500 studentów i 500
we
do
have two
600,
cohorts between
stanowią po
300 and 500 and
30%.
between
I
500
tutaj
and
widzimy,
600. They amount to 50%.
do 300 lub ponad 700
And
to jest 10%
about
z tych wszystkich.
below 300 and over 700, this is just 20% of all universities. What studies are offered? Most of them are medical programs. If we assume that the medical program is 100%, because all the universities offer it, hence the result 100%. Dental, that's 60%, nursing, that's 30%, pharmaceutical 20%, and physiotherapy is the least popular with only 10. We also have other programs such as drug discovery and development, or the one that's been available at our university, which is ESTESCO Sustainable Drug Development. The current number of students in the school year 24-25 is given here. The average, the range, and the sum.
Dla kierunku lekarskiego
For the medical program, we have around 430 students, and on average, this is 4,337. As you can see, the data is clear. Let's not go into excessive detail in this regard.
Tak, to możemy przejść do następnego.
And let's move on.
Poprosiliśmy uczelnie
We've asked the universities to share information about the number of alumni until 2024 inclusively. And for medical program, we have an average of 992 people, dental 254, and so forth. Summarily, we have over 9,000 people graduating. Almost the medical program in our case, as doctors, that's a total of over 9,000 people, all the way from the 90s until the 2024. We've asked about the alumni who started internships at the university clinic or other universities. The figures are moderate. And it may be so that in this number we also have included the students and graduates with Polish roots and the knowledge of Polish language. So if we were to run these studies more thoroughly and we had separate category for people with limited command of Polish and without Polish roots, these figures would be even smaller. At least this would be the true for our university. The number of graduates who continue to work at the university or related institutions, as you can see, these are very small numbers. And for medical program, it's a total of 25 people. For dental studies, it's 3 people. And for others, it's hardly anyone. So we have very small number of graduates taking up jobs at the university or related institutions. In our study, we were unable to verify whether our graduates took up jobs elsewhere, but this would be an excessive burden in terms of time and cost. As for postgraduate studies, also the figures are rather small. Not many people choose to follow PhD studies and the PhD schools. And it seems that one of the leading barriers is the Polish language, and the second order is the financial constraints and the financial possibilities of working abroad while pursuing scientific interests. As for the origin of foreigners, we see coincidence between the two studies. Europe represents 60% of students, with Norway being the leading one. It is true what Fatima said, that to a certain extent that without us, Norway would be in quite trouble regarding the medical education. As for Asian countries, we see the highest share of students from India, which is the third largest population of students in our own university, but also in other universities in Poland, while all other groups are far less numerous. That's the breakdown of origins. Polish language. According to the representatives of the universities that took part in the survey, in general terms, the situation with Polish language is bad. 90% claimed that very few students spoke Polish, or few students, so the best result was some of the students speak Polish moderately good, which coincides with the results of the survey presented by Fatima as part of the Migration
Czy
Research
poza
Center.
obowiązkowym lektoratem języka
Apart
polskiego
from
dla studentów
the
obcojęzycznych,
obligatory
jakoś
language courses,
próbujemy pomóc
do we
studentom
try to assist
w
students in
zdobyciu znajomości języka?
learning Polish?
Większość uczelni
Most
tak,
of
to
the
są różne
universities
formy.
offer such
Niektóre
courses.
nie, a w niektórych nie
Some
było
of them
decyzji.
do not offer them, and some of them
Te
have
formy
are
dodatkowego
yet to
języka
take
polskiego,
decision.
dodatkowych
These
zajęć to są
additional courses
konwersatoria,
include
spotkania
conversations,
integracyjne,
integration
kurs
meetings,
kultury
courses
historii
in
Polski,
Polish culture and history,
czyli kursy
pre-courses, which are the preliminary
i
courses,
kursy językowe dla
and
stażystów
the language
w
courses
lekarskim.
for
Jeśli chodzi o
interns
zalety i wady
at the
kształcenia studentów na kierunkach
College of
anglojęzycznych,
Medics.
to jest może najciekawsze.
What's most important,
Przedstawiciele uczelni wskazali,
most
że
interesting
kształcenie
is that
studentów
the
zagranicznych zwiększa rozpoznawalność
largest
uczelni
benefits
poza
of
granicami
having
Polski.
foreign
Z
students
pewnością
is
jest to
the
czynnik, który ma
growth of
wpływ na
recognition of the
pozycję uczelni w
university
rankingach.
abroad,
Obecność
which
studentów
improves the
zagranicznych ma
university's
pozytywny
standing
wpływ
in
na
various
obyczaje i
rankings.
relacje
It
międzyludzkie.
also contributes positively to
możemy
interpersonal
potwierdzić,
relations, and we can confirm
Absolutnie
that
tak
it
uważamy.
absolutely
I
does
większość rzeczywiście
work like
się
this,
do tego
and
dopisuje.
majority
Kształcenie
of
studentów zagranicznych
universities will
pozytywnie
coincide
wpływa
in
na
the
rozwój
opinion,
kompetencji
also that
dydaktycznych.
foreign students
I jest korzystne finansowo.
contribute
Oczywiście,
to
gdyby nie
the
było, to
level of teaching, and it's financially beneficial. And if it weren't, well, probably there would be no
kształcenie
talk
studentów
about this kind
zagranicznych
of
sprzyja osiąganiu wyższej
teaching.
pozycji w rankingu
Also, the having foreign students contributes to the standing of the university in international rankings. Other benefits listed by the representatives of the universities is openness to international scientific research, increasing the studying, the teaching standards, headhunting talents, building cultural diversity, creating informal contacts, and added value to local communities and this town.
Wyzwania związane z kształceniem
Challenges
obcokrajowców
related to teaching foreigners. Its red tape has been mentioned frequently when we've discussed also this matter last year in May, and also Mr. Rector, when talking to the ministers, also highlighted these hurdles. Integration with Polish students is not always sufficient and perfect. Communication issues have been discussed broadly, also issues with discipline and following the norms. This happens. It's not a frequent occurrence, but especially when contacts, in case of contacts from people from completely different cultural zones, and at times there are also some teaching-related issues such as overburdening with obligations. Barriers for choosing Poland is language, formal hurdles, insufficient remunerations, while cultural and religious norms and the imbalance between private life and work have not been mentioned as important factors. Representatives of the universities also pointed to the insufficient promotion of Poland as a country of destination, our financial and linguistic questions, expected international tensions, and excessive cultural differences. Employment in healthcare, that's the final slide. Do you consider increasing the employment of foreigners in Polish healthcare is something that's desirable? Majority says yes, or rather yes. And is it possible? Everyone coincides in the opinion that definitely, or rather positive answer. And with that, I give the floor for the debate.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for talking us through the summary of this report. I'd like to get the ball rolling by asking this question that I'm going to ask Wojciech Załuski, who is the head of the Conference of Medical Universities, Crown. And the question is, in the light of the data we've just heard, and also your own thoughts and reflections,
czy warto jest kształcić
If you were to answer if it's worth your while to train first the candidates for students at medical universities or not, what would be your reply, and what would you show as the main reason for which it's worth your while? So, first and foremost, I wanted to thank you for the invitation to this phenomenal conference and apologize that because of my urgent engagements, I couldn't join you, but I have been following your event, and I'm not sure if Minister Henryka Mosicka-Dandycz is here with us, but I'd like to thank her for her engagement and for Mr. Szeptycki for his work also with the board of KRAST, and I'm on the board to make sure the current situation improves, especially when we speak about student visas, because this is one of the main complaints amongst our undergraduates. I've been following closely the presentation, and I represent a university which, as per our data, can claim 2,000 alumni of our English division programs, and for 20 years I've been responsible for this English division provision. I remember such numbers that we started with 174 undergraduates, but at around 2016 we had 1,600 undergraduates. So the process has been halted due to the reasons that have been brought up. So the political and the logistics situation in some countries, like in Taiwan, legislation has been changed that used to restrict access to license exams, and also what Madam Minister has brought up. So English-speaking undergraduates, we have 500 alumni of American and Canadian background. I would like to reactivate this program to streamline logistics tools, i.e. statutory provisions, to be more compatible with the American system. The question, if we should train, yes, definitely. Because a vast majority of us, and I did a lot of training in Germany and the US, and I definitely gained a lot from this, and that contributed to my professional practice. And the conclusions we can draw from this discussion, Dr. Markuszewski has spoken about this product being possibly this English tuition. Yes, of course, it's been a very welcome stream of income, and I got from my region the title of the ambassador of the voivodeship as the dean of the English division. I can say I paid the family price of my engagement in the process because my daughter married one of our American students, and now they live in California, and he specializes in nephrology, just like myself. So he's very happy about his employment conditions. So it was great to hear the information on the alumni who adapted to our country and decided to stay on. And it's very much about ideas. What we could do about our alumni, because many of them choose to go abroad or go back to their home countries for a host of reasons we've already heard about. I'd like to bring up another avenue to possibly pursue, i.e. postgraduate programs. One of my favorite students, who's a nephrologist in Riyadh, and he's going to attend to do his PhD, but this is something we should provide, and they're very much interested in postgraduate studies. But for such countries as India, Saudi Arabia, or the US, it would be to provide training on procedures, but this is what we'd have to ready ourselves logistically about medical licenses and access to practice. This is something we need to ponder. There's a lot of interest in such training. So we've kept in touch with our alumni, and very soon I'm going to mark. We are soon going to mark a 30th anniversary of our English division and almost 2,000 alumni. So we've always been amongst the most active of medical universities, and it's great to see that others fare even equally well, and our market, despite the fact I don't understand everything about it, as I lived abroad for so many years and I went to so many foreign countries. Poland is a place that offers amazing life quality. Whenever I speak to the parents of my future undergraduates, as I did in China a few years ago, or we have a program at the United Arab Emirates, and the undergraduates are very happy to be coming and enjoying our local community. And I keep telling them that Lublin is one of the safest cities in Europe, speaking of crime statistics, and other Polish cities are very similar. And this is the potential that we have to tap into whenever we promote our programs. And there's a lot of potential, as I said, but allow me just to remind you that we were asked as the conference as rectors of Polish medical universities to ramp up the number of Polish undergraduates, and we've done it. I look at Mr. Rector Janusz Moryś, who with the aid of Rector Kamil Torres, they won our presence at the National Committee of Foreign Medical Education for 6 years, and we've never had such success. And now, Mr. Rector, I believe we're going to win the World Association of Medical Education Entities, and so let's stay the course just to keep our presence on the American market. So I'm very much for it. I've been head and shoulders in it for a long time. We have English division. We send our undergraduates to China, to the United Arab Emirates, and to a host of international centers whereby they can train, and that's a major profit for our academic milieu and all those who actively contribute to education process. And now we've been engaging international educators. Now I've employed a colleague from India in the Department of Pathology, and this is something great to reinforce educational potential. Professor Marcin Moniuszko, the rector of the Medical University of Białystok. How do you think? Should we promote English division training? Yes, hello and welcome, and I apologize for not joining you in person, but I'd like to congratulate Rector Michał Markuszewski on this conference and to all those who have contributed to this conference. Actually, I don't have such a traumatic family history like Rector Wojciech Załuska, which is very much about training English-speaking students. But I believe that in this debate that we hold, another thing is spelled out, which doesn't always get noticed by the general public. We must stress that we, as a public university, our fundamental duty is to train medics for the Polish healthcare and to train undergraduates from other countries isn't at odds, but we know it between ourselves, and it's surfaced in the surveys that have been brought up. Perhaps we'd like ever more persons to realize that, because if it ramps up the quality of education that we offer are students, are Polish undergraduates who are later on going to work in the Polish healthcare system for a host of reasons. We all know, especially at the Medical University of Białystok, for more than 20 years we've had English division. What a major positive change for the teaching staff it was the arrival of English-speaking undergraduates. That means that teaching Polish students also becomes better, because in a host of cases we deal with a situation that teachers teach at both the programs. So there's this positive stimulation of switching. Whenever you teach English-speaking students speak language, so like you have to base your teaching on other sources or textbooks than Polish only, that must change the perspective of the person who trains such students. And also the experience is very much to the benefit of Polish undergraduates, because diversity always translates into increased quality. Moreover, medicine is international as such. It would be very disadvantageous. Let's imagine an alternative situation, a hypothetical, I hope, that there's no training offered to international students, so that gives rise to a possibility of us caving in or clamming in, and which could be a hurdle to our international relations or our exposure to international contacts. Of course, not in an entirety, but it would reduce our international relations, and that would translate into poorer quality of Polish undergraduates, and it wouldn't be provided by persons open to a host of challenges. Because it's intentional, that in my contribution I'd like to stress that, values aside, or the gains for international students that they obtain in the process of training, but I'd like to highlight how much the university gains, since not just economically, and also how much cities gain and the local community gains as well. We've been speaking how important it is that the world has been changing, and how ever more to the fore it comes, that everyone gains the so-called soft competencies. I'm not sure about the soft part of this name. It's the skill to adapt to diverse situations, be it cultural diversity, religious diversity, linguistic diversity, political diversity. And the arrival more than 20 years ago of students, and in the case of the Medical University of Białystok, that's 30 countries. You always have like the top three of Norway and Germany, like we have India, or Sweden, or the US. But you always get, if you have 33 countries on board of your academic milieu, and that's a bit of a pill of the world, really, a microcosm. So let's focus on the non-profit, non-economic gains. Those persons, we know sometimes integration issues are brought to the attention of the general public, but these issues disappear even more. And I, as a rector, and we are very much aware of this, just like welcome centers, and we support all the other forms of activity, integration, quiz nights, and so on. It's not that it's just for the Polish-speaking or English-speaking. We have sports classes, and our international students and Polish students are very active, and also art-based integration with a lot of interest. So those people are together all the time. And at the same time, Polish undergraduates, so the future Polish medics of a host of specialisms, since the very beginning, they They live in a world, or they work in persons from other different cultures and different approaches to the world, different language. This is something that cannot be overestimated. It's just invaluable. And of course, our staff are also exposed to it and stimulated to teach in a different way, as opposed to the routine Polish textbooks and as Polish system would provide. But they actually now train persons who graduated from different secondary schools and would learn from other textbooks and the ones that used to define Polish training systems. So this diversity is invaluable. But the very student community, that they are in this same environment, and this is a stimulating factor and allows one to open up to the risk of possible future culture shock, as otherwise they wouldn't have such an opportunity. When they begin their work in the future and the world changes, whether you like it or not, and it's great that the system of healthcare, the future medics, are ready for such change, and they are not afraid of it, and they see it as something inherent to the job. And spending 5 or 6 years at a university, which is international because of the presence of those international students, and it's diverse, and it's like invaluable capital. And we must focus on this. As often we see, if this is presented, so often the financial proceeds are highlighted too much. I mean, the latter is important, but our priority is to educate the best possible graduates for Polish healthcare system, but the presence of international undergraduates and the skills and soft competencies, all of these are on the increase, be it directly or indirectly, or be it via the staff who become more open and ready for a host of challenges or direct integration and interaction on the level of student life. And we also must speak of the benefits to cities, towns and regions. And in today's world, and also in the case of the university in Lublin, we often have to take on this stereotype how dangerous Poland is. I do remember, I'm not sure how it was at your places, what took place 3 years ago, just following the 22nd of February 2022, whereby for a moment there was so much anxiety in the world that the enrollment for our English division didn't stop. For a moment, it was delayed significantly, how much anxiety it brought. And the arrival of international students is also an important cue for the Polish community. It means Poland is seen as a safe country, as opposed to many stereotypes which very often spread the unfounded stereotype that Poland against the world, which is full of chaos, and it's hard to point out a truly safe place all over the world, and it would be a risky thing. Poland isn't particularly more at risk compared to other places, and also from the standpoint of just psychology. For us, a university in the east of Poland, which are shown as stereotype as the ones that are under threat. It's also very important when we recruit international undergraduates or candidates. It's a message that people choose Białystok as a place to spend a few years, at least, of their lives. And statistics aside, whenever you see quality of life ranks, Białystok, for as long as I remember, has been the safest, or lately a runner-up amongst the safest Polish cities. So just to quote dry data about such specifics, and we must talk about these and bring them up. And again, I'd like to say that it's not just gains to reinforce or stimulate our staff and to ramp up the competencies of our student community and future specialists, of a host of specialisms, but we might also try to reverse
niezbyt może chlubny, słynni, czyli że
what we were not too proudly famous for, so to reverse the brain drain. It hasn't worked entirely yet. I'm very happy that to date we managed to keep on 40 pupillage students following their graduation, and our plan, and also responding to it. And it's also important, because very important a signal to English-speaking students, because they ask about possible scientific career path, and we open a doctoral school module provided in English as provision to such graduates to give them another impulse to stay on and to stay on at our university scientifically. This is also how we try. Yes, we do realize that for a majority of them, coming to a country is to get a credential that would allow them to work, and they do spend 6 years, and after some time, among some of them, scientific ambitions come to the fore among some of them, and we're delighted to see that we can actually introduce them to scientific research, and we can rope them in, and we have a lot of experience with scientific record, and we've always been open to international doctoral students, and it's always an interesting initiative which also offers twofold gains, or the gains that work both ways. And if you work with the youth from all over the world, it's invaluable to the entire academic community, to the teaching staff, as well as to doctoral students. And I will just corroborate what's been said. Everyone has an episode. I, in my life, had a 3-year episode of working abroad in the US, which absolutely shapes up you as a human. Disposition, stimulation, and exposure to other milieu means that you approach issues here at home in a different manner. You are more open, and there's more passion in you, and more engagement, and more creativity that you want to set about solving such issues, because you have more of a choice of opportunity or options, because you know how such issues are solved. In my case, in the United States of America, or whenever someone has visited to educate or just for private travel. Again, this is invaluable. So international undergraduates, they draw on our expertise and our potentials, but let us not forget that the economic aspect apart, our universities and the people who create our academic communities on the level of lecturers and students also experience some significant gains, not always of monetary nature. Thank you very much.
And now a question to Professor Jacek Sirko, the Dean of the English Division of the
I tu mam takie pytanie, jak w tym samym kontekście, czy warto i jak bardzo warto, ale
the question is,
Warszawa jest chyba jedynym
the following: Warsaw is the only center with such a high competition for medical program studies.
Pytanie takie, czy wam kształcenie w języku angielskim,
for you, an English division, is it a help to recruit candidates? And does it help you in teaching Polish students, or becomes more of a burden? How do you see it against the backdrop of this massive competition for English teaching in Warsaw? Well, English teaching, let's say, for these new universities in Warsaw is not that much true, but it is an added value for us. I must admit, and I'm sure you will agree, that the capital city always has its easier. It's easier to get, it's easier to travel to, and if we look at the distribution of the international students, students, you always mention India because there's a lot of people living there, but we do not see this domination of Norway. We've been using citizenship for our statistics, so in this year, for the first time, we had the largest number of Americans with Polish citizenship, but we have a very even distribution across 40 countries, which probably comes as a result of us being the capital city, which is most accessible, and again, also the recognition. So it's not entirely our merit. But I believe, yes, it's worth it, and I will use my personal example, because when I became the dean and the head of English division, I had very limited experience with working with foreign students, and I, together with them, learned how to handle this. And also, it was easier for me to empathize with them, because one of my daughters studied in England and the second one in Switzerland. So being a father definitely affected my optics positively. But when I had the privilege to become a dean, and I come to learn, got to know these students, I've realized that we had two bubbles, the Polish one and the English one. And what I considered my greatest achievement, personally, and also in terms of our teaching staff and the students, is the fact that we have succeeded in merging these two bubbles. I remember 5 years ago we had some issues with voting, and me and Mr. Ombudsman served as interpreters for these two tribes, so to say. And now we have a parliament, students' parliament, which is holds sessions in English so that everyone can understand. And I remember being envious of my daughter, who studied in École Polytechnique de Lausanne, and I asked her, what language do you study? And she said, well, whichever we want. In Poland, we're not that flexible, but I see that this blending of languages and students also permeated to extracurricular activities. We have the Diversity X VOOM event, which concludes with a major festival that showcases the cultures of several countries. Most recently, we had guests who told me that it was better than Eurovision. So perhaps we're not that advanced, but we can learn a lot from these foreign students. The Dean's College would say, how are things with your ED? Now they ask, how are things in our ED? So we see this change in the mindset. We are leaving our silo, and we're changing our mindset. So students become far more open people to each other. Now, Professor, a question to Professor Moryś, who has experience from two places, from Gdańsk Medical University and the Pomeranian Medical University. What is your take from the perspective of these two places and different specificities of teaching? How do you assess this phenomenon? Are we doing a good job all in Poland, or are there areas that are better in Gdańsk and areas where Szczecin is more proficient? Where would you see a space for exchanging experiences to improve the quality of English divisions? Ladies and gentlemen, the process is definitely not uniform in entire Poland. Every year I physically visit multiple universities in Poland. I see that the situation is far from homogeneous. First difference comes with recruitment process. Some universities have an actual recruitment process, like Gdańsk, Lublin, and Białystok, and Warsaw. This is an actual recruitment which is done through exams, not only through the verification of school certificates, of course, with a proper validation of these certificates, because they cannot be compared against each other directly, but there are tools for doing it in a reasonable manner. Then we have studies where we are getting better and better year after year, but there is still room for improvement, especially when we talk to our English students in regards to the quality of English language, with the attitude to various courses and how they are imparted. We have major issues in clinics where communication with the patient, that is the major issue, because the foreign students have difficulties in communicating with patients, because patients are mainly elderly people who have no obligation to speak English. Therefore, the Polish language would be very useful, and often the way it is taught at the universities is often far from perfect. Then again, there is the matter that Mr. Dean mentioned. This is the integration of various student communities. Year after year, the situation has been improving, but still we come across situations where these student communities have very little communication, and often students report issues or feel that they are treated as inferiors to Polish students. They have inferior access to aids, various educational aids, and that they are not taken care of the way they should be. Of course, in larger universities, these issues aren't as prevalent, but for smaller universities, these problems seem to be more of a burning issue. So there is plenty of things that need to be done, and as part of the commission that I'm heading, we are far from complacent. We see there is plenty of work to be done, but we speak of the gains for the universities, and there is absolutely no doubt. We see how this attitude to students is changing, how the willingness to use textbook changes, and we, instead of using the pseudo-scientific Polish textbooks, we've moved to actual textbooks that are not written from the perspective of scientists, but from the perspective of students. But then again, this conference is about retaining students. The PhD school in Białystok is a marvelous initiative, way of retaining some alumni, but looking at the general population of students, this is not a large group. I'd say the highest retainment rate is generated by finding life partners in Poland and other social and personal ties, and this does not make it easier for the alumni to stay in our country. Then again, Polish language is complicated, and learning it to be able to communicate freely with the patient, not just in psychiatry, but also in other fields, is a challenge. And then again, our legislation seems to be an obstacle. One cannot become a resident because if you're not a citizen, you need to open a job to do that. And not all directors are willing to do so because this generates more costs. And how come athletes become Poles by fast track? But has anyone offered the graduates a fast track to citizenship for working in Poland for, let's say, 10 years? There are certain hurdles that make it near impossible for our alumni to thrive after graduation in our country. And this is the question to the Ministry of Health, because it's not us who shape the policy regarding the alumni, and we can offer incentives in the form of scientific development, and we see it happening across all the universities. We see it in Szczecin. We have graduates that would like to do their PhD at our university and remain in our school, and if we can also match it to clinical work, then it's all the better, but then we come into certain barriers. So there's plenty of things that need to be done so that for us to be able to say that apart from having a really nice country, beautiful cities, infrastructure, which is quite nice, although we keep complaining, but we need still something more. We need to offer realistic perspectives for professional growth in our country. And if once we have that, I believe these people will stay here, would stay here. And this perfectly matches with one more idea that I'd like to touch upon, although we're running short on time, i.e. the major challenges in English teaching in medical universities. Also in the context of retaining graduates for our labor market. As you can see, we have challenges on the side of the universities, but I also agree that we're not entirely the ones who are capable of solving this problem, because there are matters of legislation and interministerial cooperation. But from the standpoint of the universities, challenge consisting of capturing these alumni for our clinical hospitals and universities. How would you define them? Please, if you could keep your answer brief. Professor Wojtek, please share the Lublin perspective. I will keep arguing that what we do, because I had the privilege of being member of the Commission for the Quality of Education, and I've also visited and inspected numerous universities. So from the standpoint of quality of education, if we have US students who need to pass the USFA exam above 90% to be granted loans, is a proof that we are doing a good job in teaching. I believe what Rector Janusz mentioned is important, unless we try the ministry to convince the ministry to take certain measures. If the ministry actually does agree with us that in certain areas we need to retain specialists, then this internationalization should be an internationalization in a sense of ethnicity, i.e. if we absorb teaching staff and our alumni for our universities where we need them, this will be a major step forward, because different nations and areas and cultures have their merits, and we learn about them from our students and during our activities when capturing these students. Europe needs a workforce, and as you well know, several days ago, Ursula von der Leyen, the head of the European Commission, has met with the Prime Minister of India, and there is a grand opening of relations with India planned. Let's think of how many Indian origin alumni are part of the best scientific centers in the US. So let's not be strictly conservative and thinking about ourselves as the best and smartest in the world. Let's be brave to use knowledge and experience of others. Mr. Moniuszko, could you please offer your insights under 1 minute? I believe there are two perspectives. First of all, we need to keep track of the needs of the healthcare system, and if these needs continue to grow, we should prepare to answer them. So if an analysis of our healthcare system shows that there's a need to saturate our market with students from abroad, we should be ready to answer to this need. But here, we should be in a dialogue with the policymakers of the healthcare system. But personally, I do believe that we should do as much as possible to create opportunities for future in Poland, be it through professional careers, PhD schools, or in medical universities. We should create incentives for postdoc internships, because human attitudes are shaped by interactions with people, and through classes we can have an assistant lecturer who will profoundly shape the future choices of a future alumni. We should invest in quality for having attractive postdoc internships, because this is the point where people decide whether they stay or leave the country. Let's be frank, this will never be a massive phenomenon unless we have some massive upheaval in the uptake of Polish students, but I doubt it will happen. So we should follow the needs of the market and follow the trends across various sectors, and we as universities should make sure that we avert the brain drain and try to retain as many talents in the country as possible. Even if the legal environment is not always favorable, we should use all we can to retain those who have this will to stay and to enrich our scientific potential. Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. What is your take? I agree with Rector Moniuszko that we should not hope for everyone or almost everyone to stay here. If someone wishes to stay, they start their studies in Polish, because let's remember that the language of teaching or instruction will always be a barrier, and the specialization can always be done in Polish. And it's also a barrier for a Pole who lives abroad. Again, using the case of my daughter who studied in Cambridge, today I need to speak half Polish, half English with her, because she never learned the Polish equivalent for these words. But also, Mr. Rector touched upon a very important manner. We, as a prudent state, should try to capture the most talented ones and to keep them here, because once they invest in themselves, these people are headhunted by the smartest states because they are a huge value value for the country and for the economy. And the final question about the challenge goes to Szczecin. And Szczecin is very close to Berlin, well, closer than Gdańsk. So is it a challenge for you that you are facing competition from the neighboring countries, both in educating and in retaining alumni? We know that retaining alumni is a challenge. Very few decide to be here. Many go back to their countries of origin or other countries. But is attracting the students students an issue? No, we do not see it this way, to be frank. We have the Asclepios program for students who return to hospitals in Germany after their third year and continue their studies in German, which is a brilliant offer also for, in terms of the recognition of the student in Germany for such a student, and this reduces the barriers compared to the students who choose to stay at our school through the entirety of their studies due to the land structure of Germany. But we simply need to be best, and it's a very simple mechanism. To attract the student, we need to offer them something that the German universities don't, and whose number is growing. But yet, Szczecin is still the choice of the student. And I believe this preliminary course of basic studies, preclinical ones, is strong enough to give them a head start for clinical studies. And we're very proud of this. We saw some upheavals during the COVID pandemic. No one knew what the situation would be, but now things are back to normal, and this group of 30 students from Germany come to us year after year, and they represent a large chunk of the 140 students from abroad. And these are very good students. Working with them is incomparable to any other group of students. They are highly motivated individuals. They know that they need to pass the half-year exam before they start clinical trial studies, so there's no way there's no way around this exam. And they also represent a great material for us. And for instance, and they also work as ambassadors of our brand because they represent our university, but they also represent the challenge because they require us to get better and better. But we also face all the issues that everyone faces when teaching in English, and we admire our German colleagues who say that if someone wants to study medicine in Germany, they simply need to know German. Full stop. Thank you for this contribution. And so that we do not finish in this way, because so that we avoid a similar conclusion as our German colleagues, I'd like to point out that internationalization and teaching in English is an important element of internationalization. Internationalization is important not only for medical universities, and I believe it's a driver for growth, and teaching in English should remain in our universities, and we all work together to keep it going and make it better. Once again, thank you all. And I'd like to thank Professor Załusko of the University in Lublin, Professor Marcin Łoniuszko from Białystok, Mr. Dean Jacek Sieńko from Warsaw Medical University, and Professor Janusz Morysz from the Pomeranian Medical University in Szczecin for their participation. And with that, we conclude. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, briefly, 2 pieces of news. Lunch is on, but we are really pushed for time. It's not healthy to eat in a rush, but because we have follow-up with contributors who join us remotely, we must do our best to conclude it as soon as possible. Enjoy your lunch.
Witam ponownie wszystkich Państwa.
Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us for another item on the agenda of our conference, i.e. Healthcare Workforce Employment and Migration, Global and European Perspectives. Our first contributor is going to be Dr. Heidi Bludo, Senior Lecturer and Deputy Head at the Department of Medicine, Health and Society at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee, in the United States of America, obviously. Dr. Bludo.
The floor is yours. Thank you very much for your patience, and when you want the slide to be changed, just next slide, please, and we'll do that for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to speak today. Next slide. If I can't see my slides.
Just a moment.
Okay. Okay, when you're ready for me, you can move to the next slide and I can start. Great. So the main problem is that the world is short on healthcare workers. In 2020, the WHO estimated that the global workforce numbered 65 million, but did not meet the demand for workers. The WHO had previously predicted a global shortfall of 10 million healthcare workers of all types by 2030. As the population in high-income countries gets older and lives longer, and as institutions fail to train enough new workers, the gap between demand and supply has remained. The healthcare workforce is also shrinking due to factors including overall population aging, insufficient educational spaces, and worker burnout. Physicians and nurses are retiring without a ready supply of replacements, and this was a problem prior to COVID, but has persisted since the pandemic has arrived. For instance, the American Medical Association stated that 2 in 5 U.S. physicians surveyed in 2022 were planning to leave the profession by 2027. When unable to source staff at home, wealthy countries tend to turn abroad. Again, the American Medical Association suggests better legal pathways for international medical graduates as the first way to relieve shortages. In Europe, Germany's Triple Win program is designed to recruit thousands of foreign-born nurses. The number of migrant doctors working in countries of the OECD increased by 50% from 2006 to 2016 to nearly 500,000, while the number of migrant nurses increased by 20% during that time to nearly 550,000. In 2020, over 12% of all nurses globally were working in a country other than that of their birth, according to the WHO. In the United States, 1/4 of practicing physicians were trained abroad as of early 2024. So this trend has a mix of impacts for healthcare workers' countries of origin. While immigration can advance individuals' careers and through the money workers send back drive economic development, countries' domestic healthcare workers may become depleted. In places such as the Philippines, training schemes have shifted to suit the needs of international markets rather than local conditions. Next slide, please. Relying on foreign-born and foreign-trained healthcare workers is not a new phenomenon. Publicly available data are not comprehensive, but in recent decades, the top source countries for physicians have included India, China, Pakistan, and Germany, among other high and low-income countries, indicating that there are unique conditions surrounding medical migration, seeing that diversity. India is traditionally the top source country by far. However, countries in sub-Saharan Africa and the Caribbean demonstrate high rates of physicians migration, which has a disproportionate impact given the country's smaller overall populations. In 2020, the OECD reported that in some African and Latin American countries, more than 50% of native-born physicians immigrated. For example, Liberia had 77% of their physicians migrate, and Guyana 54%. Although there are more migrant nurses working internationally than physicians, they comprise a smaller percentage of the overall number of nurses worldwide. Leading source countries for nurses include the Philippines, India, and Poland. In over 20 countries, mostly in Latin America and Africa, more than 50% of all native-born nurses migrate. The Philippines has long been a source for the most migrant nurses. In 2021, the Filipino Department of Health estimated that 51% of licensed nurses had migrated overseas. And that year, Filipino nurses counted for 27% of the 546,000 foreign-born nurses in the United States. India came in second place with only 7%, and Mexico and Jamaica with 5% each. Next slide. The top destination countries have been the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and Saudi Arabia. Newer destinations are Germany, France, Sweden, and Switzerland. The United States hosts about 40% of the total immigrant physician population, although there has been slight decline in recent decades. Health workers are motivated to migrate for the same reasons as other people, but due to their specialized training, healthcare workers often have different opportunities abroad. In fact, the increased ability to migrate can incentivize individuals to actually choose a career in the health industry. The choice of destination can be affected by factors such as a shared language or history, personal networks, and recognition of training and education. Next slide, please. Migration is rarely linear, and it's not unusual for migrant healthcare workers to replace other foreign-born workers or proceed through jobs in different countries to eventually reach their goal, which is often the United States or the United Kingdom. Dynamics have also changed over time, depending on global demand, supply, and other factors. And I know the text on this slide is a bit small, but I want to illustrate that what may seem like a new phenomenon has actually been operating in some form for over 150 years. Next slide, please. Migration trends differ by country. Physicians and nurses from sub-Saharan Africa have indicated their key push factors are lack of education or training, political strife, and family reunification. Meanwhile, those from Eastern Europe tend to list social status, negative public perception of their field, and low government investment in healthcare as reasons for leaving. Economic factors often undergird many other drivers. The reasons medical migrants often cite for selecting their vocation include needing to earn and save money for better housing, dowries, and children's education. In some low and middle income countries, individuals choose medical professions for their economic mobility, which can lead to a surplus in the domestic healthcare system and the actual necessity to migrate to find employment. Healthcare migrants at all income levels often seek personal and professional development through additional education or specialized training, including the opportunity to learn or practice with new technologies and specialities. Migrating healthcare workers often feel demoralized by the lack of continuing education or opportunities for career advancement in their place of origin. In countries such as Ghana and Nigeria, for instance, physicians are expected to immigrate to further their training. Many healthcare workers immigrate to leave poor working conditions. The work environment for healthcare can reflect a country's broader social, economic, and political climate, and depends on factors including funding for the sector, organizational culture and structure, and individual safety. Lack of supplies, medical equipment, staff create unsatisfactory work environments that push workers to other countries or out of the profession, leading to increased shortages. Globally, nurses in particular experience shortages in all areas and often quote destination countries' lower nurse-to-patient ratio as a pull factor. But these factors would be immaterial without the demand for healthcare workers in wealthy countries. While staff shortages in sending countries create poor working conditions and push workers out, staff shortages in destination countries create landing places. The current global workforce is aging out and burning out, and is not being adequately replaced. As shortages in destination countries arise, healthcare systems seek to address immediate concerns and often fall short in long-term planning, including by training enough new workers. In many countries, the training and clinical sides of healthcare are housed under different government ministries, leading to miscommunication and misunderstanding of trends and needs. Additionally, while some countries can afford to both recruit domestic workers, other countries struggle to recruit or send them. A key problem in the training bottleneck in OECD countries. A key problem is the bottleneck in OECD countries, many of which regulate the number of clinical students admitted to educational programs to ensure programs have institutional clinical partners with capacity to train students, which is important. But the irony is that while students are being turned away from the education programs due to lack of space, for example, the UK had around 21,000 applicants for 6,500 seats in medical programs in 2018. They must then rely on foreign educated workers to meet their clinical needs. On the other hand, Europe's Bologna process to synchronize higher education standards across the continent has led to a decrease in the capacity of training nurses as much as 2/3 in the Czech Republic, according to my research. Fewer practicing professionals means fewer individuals free to move into teaching roles, meaning less capacity for new students as well. Post-colonial connections and proximity between countries affect migration patterns as well. The UK Parliament reported that in 2022, approximately 17% of the NHS workers came from foreign countries, mostly those with history with UK ties. 9 of the top origin countries were from the European Union, and an additional 9, including India, the top source country, were former colonies. Furthermore, the United States has become a popular destination for medical migrants from the Caribbean, a region which shares both proximity and some languages for some countries, making it an easier destination for those nurses. Next slide, please. So to entice foreign workers, destination countries might relax immigration regulation to provide specialist entry routes. The United States has had special visas for migrant nurses. Japan has trade agreements with Indonesia and the Philippines for similar reasons. But even when governments have special pathways, navigating immigration processes is complicated. Consequently, many health organizations in destination countries use recruitment firms, which can be more cost-effective, lead to quicker paperwork, and help vet applicants according to individual needs. Private recruitment firms are not strictly regulated, and some may exploit migrants by offering fictitious placements. These companies receive finder's fees from destinations. Because of this, the WHO has created a global code of conduct on international recruitment of health personnel, as does the International Council of Nurses. The European Commission has also stated concerns that relying on immigrant workers may not form a sustainable public health strategy. Still, several countries are turning to different ways to manage migration. A number of Caribbean countries have developed a managed migration program that helps plan and mitigate migration around the region. Other countries have bilateral agreements that help mitigate as well. Cuba and South Africa have an agreement, and Germany's triple win employs nurses from Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Philippines, and Tunisia. Remittances are the primary benefit for source countries, and while funds sent home by migrants can boost source country economies, they are not often reinvested in the healthcare system and often do not offset expenses lost in training workers for the foreign employment. Some countries capitalize on this. The Philippines, for example, some estimates that Philippine nurses have remitted up to $8 billion or about 2% of the Philippines' gross domestic product in 2021. However, countries who lose their trained healthcare workers and pay for that training are, of course, at a detriment. Some research has estimated that the Kenyan government was losing over $500,000 per doctor and $300,000 per nurse when they immigrated. So to kind of conclude that we know that the COVID pandemic underscored the gaping vulnerabilities that remain in the global healthcare system. As populations in OECD countries age, they create an increasing healthcare deficit. For now, we have been relying on foreign trained health professionals, but this reliance will only increase unless health education is reformed. And I'm going to close there. Thank you.
Dear Dr. Heidi, thank you very much for this presentation, and apology for the delay that we experienced, and thank you for being so patient while we couldn't join at exactly 2 o'clock. So I hope you can stay with us throughout the next 2 presentations so that possibly, if we have some time, there would be a short exchange of views between the 3 of you. And now I would like to invite Professor Katarzyna Czabanowska of Maastricht University to present her presentation, and then we will go to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. Dzień dobry Państwu. Niezmiernie
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's an immense pleasure to be here at the Gdańsk Medical University. Thank you for your invitation. My presentation is prepared in English since this is an English-speaking panel. The title of my presentation is The Employment Outcomes of...
Moving a little bit to a different field, from medicine to public health, which is my field and specialty. And here is the itinerary that I would like to take you through my presentation. I will say something about the public health workforce, who they are, and this is not a regulated profession. And then about labor market dynamics and employment outcomes, and this will be around 3 examples, and then we'll go into the conclusions. So if you look at the document, which is issued recently by the WHO, the essential public health functions or essential public health services, the one that is close to the heart of colleagues who are here in this room is public health workforce development, so education and training of public health professionals. But the context on public health workforce is around the discourse, who they are, how they are trained, what kind of qualifications they have. Of course, they are also affected by the shortage of health workforce. There is something like labor dynamics and where they find their final destination when they go to work. But the problem is that there is a poor recognition of public health professionals, and we often remember about them when there is a problem, like we remember from the times of COVID. So this poor recognition of the public health professionals may also result in the diminishing interest in public health as a study discipline. So, because of that, WHO and different public health organizations have embarked on the projects called professionalization of the public health workforce. And after COVID, the WHO Global developed a roadmap for the emergency public health workforce. So who they are? So there are several definitions, and these are the public health workforce are individuals who are engaged in public health activities that are primary part of their role. And we can also talk about core, wider public health workforce. And here you can also have non-health sector professionals, health and social care professionals, and public health professionals who are just educated in public health. And after the COVID pandemic, the WHO has developed a definition for the emergency public health workforce, which includes health and care workers, core public health personnel, and personnel from other allied occupations. So the problem is, for instance, after the COVID, the ECDC, the European Center for Disease Control, was wondering how many public health professionals do we have in countries that we can deploy to work on public health, while there were statistics concerning the number of doctors per 1,000 population, as you can see. there are no reliable databases and statistics concerning the public health professionals. Maybe because they are so multidisciplinary, or maybe because we actually don't know what they finish and where they go to work. Perhaps there are differences. The UK has the register of public health professionals, which can be traced, the same Canada, Australia, and some countries, but not in Europe. So, but there are specific labor market dynamics. As you can see, this is a very nice model that is used by WHO, and here is the training, education, and there is a moment when the qualified public health professionals stay or they can go abroad. Some of them are employed, they may be out of the labor force, unemployed, and then they can go either to public health sector or non-public health sector. And here we come, the public health graduates, and they should occupy certain professions that require public health degrees. But we don't know, because mainly the current research on public health workforce concentrates on current workforce and not on recruitment and new hires. So it's not very clear what is the employment market. And actually, training public health professionals, we should train people who would constitute the governmental public health workforce. So what happens is a leaking bucket, and we train public health professionals, but where they go, we lose them very often on our way. And concerning research, there is not much research, and I would like to share with you the research that has been carried out together with my colleagues and my PhD students that is around the public health profession and employment outcomes, and also job taxonomies for public health. And I will start with the first example. And the first example is based on the, I don't know, maybe some colleagues who are here in the room are aware of the very famous public health master program called Europub Health. Actually, this program started in 2006 at the Jagiellonian University together with other universities. And now it has been the fourth time that the European Commission is financing this program, but it is joint diploma, and with each proposal, the consortium is bigger, and we have more universities and partners. And in 2023, my student from this program and a PhD candidate decided together with us to do the study on what are the employment outcomes and job satisfaction of public health graduates from that program. So the total number of students from that program was 300. Around 189 answered our survey. And as you can see on the table, these are the main job positions that they reported, and also the sectors. So most of them are managers and consultants, also researchers, and they work in academia, in businesses, government, healthcare, non-governmental organizations, or very few are self-employed. Oh, sorry. We also looked at the mobility of the students. So you see nationality, and you may wonder why so many nationalities, because European Commission finances the scholarships for Erasmus Mundus students for a specific joint diploma program. And every year there are new windows. So different parts of the world are encouraged to submit applications for this program. So you see nationality and country of work where these people went, And also without mobility, that is lower, so how many of those students stayed in the country of origin? So I think it's quite interesting, and also the variety. So talking about the interculturality and cultural competencies, this program is really fantastic and provides a great platform for getting to know students. They add to the culture and the atmosphere, and they have a very nice itinerary of the studies. This is a 2-year program, and they can go to different universities. And here is a map, and on this map you see how they travel. And the hook means that they stayed in the country of origin. And now I move to this table, which shows precarious employment of public health graduates, and it is very interesting. Nearly everybody was employed, and nearly everybody was happy with the salaries that they were getting and also the kind of job they were doing. However, what they stated was uncertainty, lack of unions, and by lack of unions, they meant something like lack of self-government or chambers that medical doctors have, nurses, pharmacists. So they felt insecurity, that there is no organization that can take care of them and protect their rights. Therefore, what I mentioned at the beginning, this movement towards the professionalization of the public health workforce. So working on the specific competencies, education, and formal organizations. I know that it is a very long way. And we may say that public health is included in medical chambers. But it seems that globally there is a need that this is the kind of wish from the profession. So these things affect global, core and wider public health workforce. There are a lot of levers of professionalization. I will not go into this, but there is a lot of work globally and in Europe that moves in this direction. So now I go to the second example, and these are several studies that come from the work of my PhD from the United States, Heather Krasna, and we were looking at the jobs that public health graduates acquire, where they work, and we also were looking at the requirements of employers in the area of public health. So if you look at the results here, so a lot of them go to the for-profit companies and also healthcare, but we were surprised that not too many go to the governmental workforce. So this leaking bucket that I have shown in the beginning is really a kind of problem. We have also observed that there is a significant increase in employment for profit corporations within the 5 years period in the US, and my colleague who is online probably can confirm. So what we found out that there are some consensus public health occupations across different taxonomies that you can find. So these are health services managers, environmental occupational health specialists, health educators, statisticians, community health workers, etc. But we found 92 unique occupations, but 32 of those occupations were outside job taxonomies. It's an interesting table after COVID. We could see the increase in specific public health professions, also in private detectives, and that was because of the contact tracing at that time. And then the decrease in education social services. So quite interesting study. And then when we looked at the requirements from the employment market, I want to share with you one only aspect of this study. Namely, we wanted to find out whether they are interested in looking for the public health graduates with some climate change competencies. And we have observed an increase. So the competencies that were of interest for public health employers were this one, as you can see, especially understanding pollution, knowledge of effect of climate health, knowledge of climate mitigation, health impact assessment, etc. So it was also one of the interesting results. And now I will go to the third example, which is close to me and where I work, the Master University, where we have a lot of public health education, both on bachelor and master level. And I will show the master program that we had, and we wanted to reform, and we wanted to find out where our graduates go. It is not a very big study, but we found out that our graduates of public health master program find employment in government, in NGOs, in industry, and in academia. So these are the main employers of public health graduates. And here are some examples of the institutions and organizations across these sectors. And our students are very international at Maastricht. We have, the majority are Dutch and German, but we have the students from all over the world, and some students from Erasmus Mundus are also joining this program. So here are the last year examples of the countries where they go. And here are also some of the questions that we ask, which might be of interest, and the skills gained and the missing skills. And this information was quite useful for my colleagues who were adapting the new master program to reflect the expectations of our international graduates. So they were invited, and we worked together to produce a totally new, reformed Master of Public Health. So as you can see, what things they are missing and what are the things that they really acquired through the education at Maastricht University. They are interested in networking, technical skills, data analysis, practical skills for public health interventions, knowledge about the European labor market. So that's, you see, important to produce graduates that know who they will be and where they will go to work. If you produce a medical doctor, they know what the future can hold concerning the profession. So to conclude, it really is important that we start the systematic professionalization of the public health workforce, working on the recognition of the profession, that we have clear job taxonomies and job profiles, and the sectors where the graduates can work, because that will attract them more. They would like to have the professional chambers or self-governments, which probably the discussion can also start. And we really need more research and studies on employment outcomes and job demands concerning the public health workforce. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Czabanowska. And now I would like to invite Dr. Artur Brocławski, my colleague from studies here at the Medical University of Gdańsk. We both graduated in 1989. Artur, can you hear me? Artur? Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, the floor is yours.
Tak. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. As it's been said, we graduated at the same time. Not much, a lot of has changed in Germany in the meantime, and the situation in macro and micro scale. Can you hear me?
No więc wyjechałem do Niemiec w
So I
1989
left for Germany in 1989.
Starałem się, nie znając zupełnie języka niemieckiego,
I didn't know a word of German at the time,
na pierwszej fali, które
and
widać
notice in the first
dla lekarzy.
one is go back to the country. There's no future for doctors. That's from a colleague of mine who had been working in Germany for 30 years. When I asked him for a certificate which was necessary
Tak powiem, do starania się o pozwolenie na wykonywanie zawodu.
to get a license to
I to była
practice,
taka dobra rada właśnie,
and that was a
że
good
nie ma
piece of advice
nie ma miejsca dla lekarzy,
that there's
nie ma
no
żadnych
room
szans.
for doctors and they
Pamiętam
didn't stand the
początek lat
chance.
90.,
I remember the
kiedy
early
w
1990s
poważnym, normalnym piśmie
by
dla
in a
lekarzy
serious
Esteblad
magazine for doctors,
wielorakie
Esteblad,
badania
there
przeprowadzane,
were a
prezentowane,
host of studies
jak
published,
dramatycznie się zmieni
how
sytuacja
dramatically
dla
the situation
lekarzy,
was going to
którzy starają
change
się
for doctors,
młodym lekarzom, studentom,
whereby
tak jak mi,
they
spróbować
tried
wskazać inne ścieżki
to possibly
zawodowe,
show
ponieważ
different possible
coraz
careers
gorzej
available,
będzie i coraz
because
mniej będzie
it
miejsc
was only
pracy.
going to be
W tym
worse
momencie, jak ja
for the
zaczynałem moją
doctors in the
pracę,
making. When I
policzyłem sobie
took
to
my employment, I
35
calculated
lat już
it
minęło.
later. This has
W
been
tym momencie,
35
jak
years now.
starałem się znaleźć pracę, odpowiedzi dostałem chyba z 4
I
klinik.
got replies from
I
4
w klinice, w
clinics where
której
I applied with
zaczynałem
them,
pracę i w
and
której
the clinic
pracowałem
where I
przez
started my
12 czy
employment
13
and
lat.
where I went on to
Na
work for
25
12
lekarzy
years.
byłem ja jedynym
Out of 25
obcokrajowcem
doctors, I was the
później
sole foreigner.
też pojawiali się koledzy od
Later
czasu do
on,
czasu, czy to z
I had
Indii,
some
czy
colleagues from
z innych
India
krajów, ale to były
or
pojedyncze
other countries, but those were very few
latach
and
90.
far between. That was back in the 1990s.
Zaczęły się wyjazdy lekarzy z Niemiec do innych
Then
krajów.
German doctors started migrating to other countries, Scandinavia, for instance.
Do
So
innych rejonów
can
teraz się wybierają,
see
tak powiem, i
now they go mostly to other directions, and also the aging population, and also of the medical professionals. But in 2015, more than 26% were aged above 55 years, so 12 more years until they retire. So the current retirement age is 67. Now, more than 31% are aged 55 or more.
Jest około 10 tysięcy.
Around 10,000 medical doctors are in the making now, and I believe in Poland it's 8,600, speaking of doctoral programs,
Mogę poprosić następną
future
folię?
doctors programs. Can I get the next slide, please? In Germany, the word foreigner doesn't sound too good. It's seen as pejorative.
Zwrotami, że tak powiem, dużo lepiej funkcjonuje pojęcie człowiek z byłem migracyjnym.
Better to say a person of migratory background. So I'm going to speak of international doctors. Currently, there's around 115,000 of such. It's more or less a third of all the professionally active doctors, of which a half don't hold German
To jest ten
citizenship.
punkt, który uważnie przysłuchiwałem się kolegom z
So
poprzednich paneli,
this is
gdzie
the point
nie ma
where I watched the
żadnego
doctors
problemu, że
from the
tak
previous
powiem,
panels that there's no issue of doctors who'd like to work in Germany. They want to come, they try hard and they stay. Speaking about the reasons, we can talk about this later. In 2015, i.e. 10 years ago, it was just 7% of all the doctors. So we can see the trend has gained in prominence. A colleague of mine, Jacek Tkacz,
wspomniał o tym, że o pojęciu
Tarek, has spoken of doctoral brain drain.
jest to rezultat drenażu lekarzy z innych
It is
krajów.
an outcome of the brain drain at other countries, and from my standpoint, also working in Germany, that's a sad thing. The largest countries are Syria, Ukraine, Poland. So many of my colleagues arrive from Poland. It's another negative factor. Apologies, Artur.
Zauważyliśmy, że lepiej cię słychać, kiedy
Noticed
jesteś
we
lekko pochylony w
can
prawo
hear
i
you
lekko do
better
przodu.
when you lean to the right and forward a bit.
W każdej innej pozycji
Any
zanikasz,
other
wiesz?
position that you take,
O, tak
then
jest
your
lepiej. Dobra,
voice
bardzo ci
seems to
dziękuję.
disappear. Like this? Yes, thank you very much.
40% kolegów,
Troszeczkę w prawo.
40% of our colleagues,
Moje prawo
a
czy
bit more to the
Tak,
right.
twoje prawo.
You're
Tak,
right.
jest lepiej, dobrze.
40% z tych
40% of those colleagues
kolegów krócej niż 10 lat. To jest
have been in Germany
wszystko są
for a
młodzi
time shorter
lekarze,
than 10
prawie
years.
połowa
Those are
jest
typically
poniżej
junior
35 roku
doctors,
życia.
and almost
Proszę
half of them are
następną
aged below 35 years.
Skąd oni przyjeżdżają?
Where they come
Tu
from?
jest parę liczb. W
Some numbers here.
2023 roku
In
najwięcej było z
2023,
Syrii,
the most came from
Rumunii,
Syria, Romania,
Austrii. Z czym, że tu
Austria.
muszę powiedzieć, że z Austrii
Here,
to nie są
I must say,
koledzy czy
those are
lekarze,
not
którzy
colleagues
chcą zostać
or
w Niemczech,
doctors
w tym
who
sensie,
want
tylko
to
jest to
stay on in Germany, but
są
mostly
to koledzy, którzy szybko chcą zrobić
they
specjalizację.
just typically want
Bo w
to
Niemczech,
complete a specialism
w odróżnieniu od Austrii,
quickly,
można
because in
tą
Germany, unlike in
specjalizację o
Austria,
2-3 lata wcześniej
you can
skończyć.
complete your
Tak
specialism
zresztą było w przypadku mojej
2-3
żony.
years
Tu jest
shorter than
dosyć
in Austria.
dobrze
It
to
was the same
zorganizowane
with
w
my
Austrii.
wife. It's
Niestety
quite well
są
organized in
okresy
Austria.
paroletnie, gdzie
Unfortunately, you
nie
have
można
some
praktycznie po
periods
rozpoczęciu
whereby
pracy jako lekarz nie można
when you begin practicing
robić
as a
specjalizacji.
doctor, you
W
can't
Grecji, z
specialize.
Rosji,
Also,
to jeszcze jest
from Greece
praktycznie
and Russia,
pojęcie przed okresem
that
wybuchu
was
wojny.
before the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Przykład w Landzie
A case of Saxony.
takim mieszkańców, lekarze pochodzący z zagranicy
So
tworzą,
international
tak jak tutaj
background
widać,
doctors,
13% z
as
Syrii,
you can see, 13% from Syria
To jest
or the Czech
praktycznie
Republic, 8.5%
połowa
from Poland.
wszystkich
So
lekarzy,
actually almost
którzy
half
pracują,
of all the doctors
którzy
who
pochodzą
practice
poza
in
Niemiec.
Saxony,
to
and
jest
they
około
have
aktualnie 3,5 tysiąca
a
lekarzy na
background
całą liczbę
from
lekarzy
outside
w
of
tym
Germany.
Landzie
It's
około 20
almost
000.
3,500 doctors of all the doctors practicing in Saxony. So, since those doctors want to still practice in Saxony, we have a far-right party at Bundesland. They have just gained 40% of the vote, and despite that, there's such a need for doctors,
Zachęty
and
finansowe
there are significant financial incentives
mają koledzy możliwości zdobywania
so that our colleagues
miejsca pracy.
could possibly get
Gdzie studiują
employment
niemieccy
local
studenci poza
healthcare.
granicami,
If
no to
German
tutaj
students
słyszałem
study
wcześniej, było
abroad,
podawane jak to
I've heard
wygląda w
about
Polsce.
it. It
To jest
was said how it
Słowacja,
looks in
Czechy,
Poland. So we
Węgry,
have Slovakia,
Łotwa,
Poland, Czech
Bułgaria,
Republic,
Cypr. Austria
Hungary,
jest
Latvia,
takim
Bulgaria,
innym wyjątkiem.
Cyprus. Austria
Tutaj
is
są
a
studia,
specific case
że tak powiem, językowo zbliżone i
because
to jest
the
duży
studies are
plus
linguistically
tego.
very
Natomiast
much similar to the German courses, and in all the other
językiem
states,
wykładowym jest język angielski.
the
Proszę
language of
następną folię.
instruction is English. Next slide, please.
W 2011 roku
Back in 2011,
moja żona i ja stworzyliśmy
My wife and I
Instytut
created
Kompetencji Transferowej i
a medical
głównie
institute of
zajmujemy się
transcultural
z
competence.
jednej strony
And what we
dokształcaniem
do
czy
there
kształceniem
is we
lekarzy,
upskill
kolegów
or train
pochodzenia, że tak powiem, niemieckiego w
colleagues
Niemczech,
of
jeśli
German
chodzi o
background in
kontakt
Germany
i
with
leczenie
regard
pacjentów
to
z zewnątrz.
contacts and treating
Bardzo duża
patients
migracja,
from
dużo
beyond
problemów,
Germany, a lot
jednostek
of migration
chorobowych,
and a
spraw
lot of
kulturowych,
issues, a lot of
które wymagają
specific health complaints and also
innego
cultural
podejścia, że tak
matters
powiem,
which
student
require
niemiecki
a very different
na
approach.
studiach dotyczących
And let's say a
takich
German
typowych
undergraduate
problemów zdrowotnych.
doesn't hear when they are
Organizowaliśmy
trained with regard to typical
dwa
as opposed
kongresy
to
w
specific health
Polsce
programs. We organized
w 2015
two congresses in
17 w
Poland
Gdyni.
back in 2015 and 2017.
Ostatnio w 2019
and the
organizowała
latest one
głównie
in
moja żona
2019, organized
duży
mostly by my
kongres,
wife,
jeśli chodzi
a
o
major
zdrowie
congress
kobiet i
dedicated related to female health and the situation of females that was organized in Nepal and dedicated to Asian females.
Innych działów są bardzo istotne. Tu wymieniłem te wszystkie, nie muszę ich przytaczać, ale chodzi o to, że w momencie, kiedy ma się bardzo dużo pacjentów z innych kręgów kulturowych, to jest w każdych poszczególnych specjalizacjach są szczególne problemy, nie tylko jednostki chorobowe, ale i też zrozumienie choroby.
Specific health complaints, but also the understanding of the onset of a given health issue. Here we have a case of a textbook, and the modus operandi of it is my wife, which serves as the basis of actually a vast majority of medical practitioners, and this is very much on international or transcultural communication in medicine.
Poproszę następną folię.
Next slide, if I may.
Pytanie, jest lekarzy, którzy przyjeżdżają z zewnątrz.
So there are
Jednym z
doctors who come from abroad.
takich jest
And one of the institutes is the
który
MIBEC
zajmuje się
Institute in
właśnie
Köln,
kształceniem kolegów, którzy
which
przyjeżdżają z
educates
zagranicy. Są to
colleagues that come from abroad.
grupy do 25 lekarzy, którzy od
They do the
pandemii
trainings
jest to
in
robione
groups
online,
up to 25
4 razy do roku,
people. They do it online
różnych
4
krajach.
times a year, and they
ze
bring
szczególnym
together
uwzględnieniem
doctors
kraju,
from
na przykład
all
jak w
over the
tym
world
roku,
with
kiedy
particular
odbyła
focus
się
on a
już
particular
pierwsza
area.
konferencja,
This year we already had
kształcenie.
one conference,
Dotyczyło to 90%
and it
lekarzy
was
były z Ukrainy.
for 90% of participants who were from Ukraine.
To prawie a propos tematu drenaż kadry lekarskiej.
This
W zeszłym
also
roku
fits
było
well
szczególnie dużo
with the
kolegów,
issue
koleżanek
of
z
brain
Kolumbii,
drain.
z Syrii
Last year
i
we
także
had
z Syrii
colleagues
ze
from
specjalizacją.
Colombia, Syria and
Poproszę
Syria
następną
with
folię.
specialization.
Z jakich regionów pochodzą
Countries
lekarze,
do
którzy przyjeżdżają?
the doctors that
Lekarze spoza
come
Unii
from
Europejskiej,
when
bo to jest
they,
temat
if they are
właśnie
from outside of the
uznania
EU?
dyplomu, to tutaj
Because
wymieniłem.
here is the issue of
Z
recognition of
Ameryki, czasami bardzo
diplomas.
egzotycznie, z
We
Azji,
have
także tutaj
doctors
wymieniłem
from
Syberię, to znaczy to
Americas.
są
We have
uczelnie,
also doctors from Asia, from Siberia,
szczególny rodzaj
and
wykształcenia i nie jest to praktycznie zbyt kompatybilne z tym,
also
tym co
there is an
my
issue of
rozumiemy
compatibility
jako
with
wykształcenie,
what we
pełnowartościowe
understood as a
wykształcenie lekarza. Oni mają
fully-fledged
szczególnie
medical
problemy.
education.
Poproszę
This
następną folię.
is especially true for African states.
Teraz co do tematu mikro, to
Now,
znaczy na przykładzie
moving
kliniki, w
on
której ja
to
pracuję,
the
w której jest
micro
około
scale,
200 łóżek,
using the
2
example
oddziały.
of my
I
hospital, which
sytuacja
is a
na
small one
dzisiaj,
with
jak
200
wspomniałem,
beds.
przez
So the
30 lat byłem
situation
jeden albo
today
dwoje
is the
lekarzy,
following. 30 years
którzy nie
ago, there
pochodzili
were
z Niemiec.
2
W tym przypadku
doctors
jest
of non-German
szefów
origin. Now we have 2
trzech ordynatorów, w tym
bosses
jestem ja
and
jedyny
heads of
jako
wards, and
pochodzący
I'm one
z
of
zagranicy,
them
na 13
as a foreigner,
asystentów. To jest praktycznie
and the remaining 13
to, co teraz
assistant
tutaj
doctors.
widać na tej folii, 4 pochodzi z Niemiec,
4 of them are
w gruncie
from
rzeczy,
Germany.
poza tym z Ukrainy,
Other than that, we
Uzbekistanu,
have Ukraine,
kolega,
Uzbekistan,
który w zasadzie
a
jest
colleague who
Koreańczykiem,
actually
ale
is Korean
urodził się w
but was born in Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistanie, z Kolumbii.
Then we
To
have
jest grupa
also
moich kolegów,
Azerbaijan,
która się
Afghanistan,
świetnie
Serbia, Egypt,
rozumie,
Turkey and Colombia.
ale
And this group
widać,
communicates
jaki to
very
jest
well and
tygiel
represents
tego
a
i że
very
to
good
jest,
team, but it
część
shows
kolegów,
how much of a melting
którzy się
pot we've
wykształcili,
become.
urodzili w Niemczech, mniejsza.
However, my colleagues that are of
Jeden
German
przykład
origin
pięciu
are a
pielęgniarek, z
minority.
jakich krajów pochodzą.
One of the
Jedna
wards
jest
has
Niemka,
5 nurses.
Greczynka,
One of them is German,
Rosjanka,
while the other
Turczynka,
are from
siostry
Greece,
pielęgniarki
Russia,
z Polski.
Turkey, and
Proszę
2
następną folię.
nurses from Poland.
To jest
Next slide, please.
statystyka, którą mój
This is the
kolega zrobił
statistic that
przed
these are the
około
statistics that
6
my colleague run
lat,
around
z
6
jakich
years
krajów
ago
pochodzą
on the
pacjenci. To jest
countries of
temat,
origin of the
który
patients.
może w Polsce jeszcze nie ma
This
takiego
perhaps is
dużego
not as
znaczenia,
much of an
natomiast
issue in
w
Poland,
Niemczech
but
jest
in Germany
olbrzymim tematem,
it's a
jeśli
major
chodzi o leczenie,
talking
bo to
point
chodzi
in
i o
regards
kulturę,
to
i rodzaj chorób, i zrozumienie
treatment,
medycyny jako
because this is
takiej.
both an
I
issue on
tak jak to widać,
culture
to jest
and
znaczna
also
większość,
one related
dużo
to
więcej niż połowa,
the meaning
są to
of medicine
pacjenci,
itself.
z tak zwanym
More than a half
tłem
of
migracyjnym.
patients in Germany are of migratory origin.
Następną folię. Mogę następną folię poprosić? Przykład takiej
Let's
kliniki
take an
szukamy
example
akurat
of a
kolegi,
hospital
koleżanki właśnie zwolniło miejsce pracy w ciągu ostatnich paru tygodni. To było
That
zgłoszenia kolegów,
recently had a
które
vacancy,
przyjęliśmy, że tak powiem,
and these
kolegów
are
na rozmowy
the colleagues that
o miejscu
we've
pracy.
had for
Zgłoszeń było
interviews.
około 30,
We've
zdaje
received
się.
around
To
30
jest taki przykład, z
applications,
jakich krajów
and
koledzy
these are
pochodzą,
the countries of origin of the
i
applicants.
jaki jest temat tego ich znajomości,
And
znajomości języka, pobytu.
This is the issue of
Szczególnie
language
dobrze
skills
wykształceni są
and the length of their stay in Germany. We see that we have particularly
koledzy
well-educated
z
colleagues
Indii, kolega,
from
i rzeczywiście
India
fantastycznie, muszę powiedzieć,
and
wykształceni. Koleżanka z Iranu,
my colleague from
młody kolega
Iran.
z Turcji, z Egiptu.
I also
To
have
są wszyscy
young
koledzy,
colleagues
którzy
from
rzeczywiście
Turkey
na
and
dobrym
Egypt
poziomie
who
prezentowali
represent a
swoją
very
wiedzę.
high
Następną folię.
level of knowledge.
I to jest szczególnie istotne,
And this is
jeśli chodzi o
particularly
ten temat.
important
Przyjechał lekarz do Niemiec i co dalej?
for the following
Jeśli
case.
chodzi o
A
lekarzy
doctor
z
comes to
krajów
Germany and what
europejskich, w zasadzie nie ma
happens?
większych
Well,
problemów.
for the EU
Oprócz języka,
countries of
zdania
origin,
języka,
other than language exam, there are no
ogólnego i
issues.
języka,
We have exam both in general German and the medical one.
że zostaje dyplom
After that,
lekarza
a
nostryfikowany
doctor
bez większych
receives a
problemów.
certified,
było w moim
recognized diploma, and this is the path
Jeśli
I
chodzi
follow, for
o kolegów
instance.
spoza Unii
As for my
Europejskiej,
colleagues from
to jest dużo
outside the
bardziej
EU, the
skomplikowane.
situation is a bit more complicated.
Po pierwsze muszą uzyskać prawo pobytu,
First of
po
all, they
drugie
need a
zdać
permit of
język,
residence. Secondly,
egzamin z języka
pass
niemieckiego,
the German
dostać
language
tymczasowe
exam,
pozwolenie na
receive a
wykonywanie
temporary
zawodu. Najczęściej
permit
jest ono
or
związane
license for practice,
z konkretnym pracodawcą,
which
z
is
konkretną
related
kliniką.
to a
Zmianie
specific
kliniki, bo to
hospital.
odnowa
And once they change the hospital, they need to reapply
starostliwości.
for the temporary
To jest
permit.
albo w procesie orzeczenia
And this
lekarskiego, to znaczy
is either
jest
part
sprawdzanie zgodności tego kształcenia lekarza,
of the
tego, co on ma w
process, or the
indeksie,
process
jakie ma
consists of
przedłożone,
both
papiery,
verifying
jeśli
what
chodzi o
kind of
wykształcenie, i
education
porównanie
he
z tym,
specifically
jaki jest
has, and
zawartość tego, poziom tego
comparing it
wykształceniem
to
lekarza w Niemczech. Często muszą
the level of education of their
szczególnych,
peer. Often there are certain
części,
subjects or fields
szczególnych
that
rodzajów
doctors
medycznych
need to take an additional exam in.
że się bezpośrednio egzamin przed izbą lekarską, a jest on bardzo
At
trudny.
the
I wielu kolegów nie zdaje za pierwszym razem, czasami inni za drugim, a mają tylko trzy
of
możliwości.
doctors, and
Także to są największe
this is
bariery
often a
w
very
gruncie rzeczy, jak
complicated
myślę
exam, and
propos,
it takes more than 2 or 3
tego,
attempts to
jak
pass.
jest
So these
w
are
Polsce
the
i jak jest
main
z uznawaniem miejsca
differences
pracy. To by było
when we
na tyle.
would
Nie
compare it to
chciałem,
Poland,
trochę za dużo mówiłem.
and
Pozwolę
I
sobie
hope
na
I
tym zakończyć.
didn't
Poproszę o ostatnią
go
folię.
over time
To
too
są tylko
much,
dane, że tak powiem,
and
kontaktowe.
this is the contact
Dziękuję
information
bardzo.
to me and my wife, and with that I'd like to conclude. Thank you, Arthur. That's been a most interesting presentation. We wanted to have a conversation after these presentations, but due to how late it is, we cannot have this conversation now. With that, we'd like to invite everyone for a very brief recess. Let's keep it short, maybe under 20 minutes, and after the coffee break, we'll have 5 presentations, after which we will have a shorter yet still available time for debate. So please bear with us, and we do hope that there will be questions to your presentations in this panel. With that, I thank you very much, and hopefully see you again in 10 minutes. Please join us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break. And now we'll be moving on to the final panel with 5 experts who will share their presentations, upon which we will have a short exchange of views. We've been joined live by the head of the Supreme College of Doctors, Dr. Łukasz Jankowski, who will be joining us here in the room in a moment. We have also Dr. Andrzej Tytuła, Dr. Dominika Pszczółkowska, Dr. Robert Kupis of the Jagiellonian University and Collegium Medicum in Krakow, and Dr. Katarzyna Dąbkowska. Since these presentations are best viewed on the large screen behind me, I invite every one of the panelists to present their presentations while the remaining panelists remain among the audience, and only after the final presentation is delivered you will be joining me here all on stage and then have a short discussion on what's being seen. Since Mr. Chairman Jankowski still isn't here, I'd like to invite... Oh, no, sorry, Mr. Chairman is with us, so with that, I welcome you to stage. I'm happy to see you here, and please, go ahead. I've been abducted by the organizers, so it's not my fault for being late, for which still I apologize. And let's start with my presentation. I'd like to present you very briefly the situation in the medical labor market using our own system. The data was gathered using our own system. I'll be complaining a bit, but I'll also speak of things we can be happy about. This data from the Central Doctors Registry says that we have 100,900 in total, we have 177,401 active doctors. However, this is hardly reliable data because many doctors work at multiple sites and many of doctors work just a few hours a week. According to OECD, we have 3.6 doctors per 100,000 inhabitants, and the average age is 69 years. But we've adjusted this data to the doctors who are actually active, which is an optimistic news, which is since the average is just 51, and this shows that the age of doctors is decreasing. Medicine, at least in Polish, is female. We have 60% of female doctors, and the good thing is that the doctors settle where they finish their specializations, since this is where they have kids and where they have kids at school. And if we have a medical center that manages to attract many doctors to their specialization, then this center is winning in the competition for doctors. And if there is no possibility to pursue specialization at a university, the doctors will not remain there. We need 4.1 doctor per 1,000 inhabitants, so we have a gap of 15%, and in the near future we will need even more. Currently, the level of education is sufficient, but around 2033 it may turn out that we will be educating too many doctors and will be educating them for export. We've been analyzing it against the benchmark, which I'll present shortly, while watching the inflow of doctors from beyond our eastern border and modern technologies, which will probably affect the situation. Last time we had a surplus of doctors globally in the 80s, and since then the number of alumni of medical studies has been decreasing. There's been less candidates accepted for medical studies, which means that our West neighbors have the same issues as us. Austria is nearing a retirement cliff, where 40% of doctors are reaching their retirement age, which means that our doctors will be bought off en masse by the Germans and Austrians, who have been, similarly as us, decreasing the number of their graduates. This is our external analysis. So that's the parameter for employment 2024. As you can see, there is no green, no blue area, which would indicate a significant surplus of doctors. We see deficits all over the country and a major deficit in certain regions. We see just a few regions with balance between supply and demand. 20% of powiats, have had sufficient number of doctors, while the remainder had deficits. According to employment offices, we have around 200 doctors registered as unemployed persons. Most of them are the doctors who are struggling with certain dependencies, out of which majority is alcoholism. So we have just 200 unemployed doctors. So today, we should definitely encourage young people to join medical studies. All the countries that we've been comparing against also need doctors. Japan is an outlier. There's a huge suicide rate due to overworking. Then we see significant growth in deficit in the countries that we've been benchmarking against. All the countries wish to educate more doctors or buy them from other markets. Japan has increased number of accepted candidates. So did the NHS in the UK. Most of the countries handle the deficit by increasing education, which is a good news for us, meaning that we are following the similar path, and the doctors, educating doctors is much cheaper than headhunting them outside. Only Norway seems to be a leech in the system, and they poach doctors of other markets, while other countries prefer to teach their own teachers. Canada, Norway, and New Zealand are the countries that are based on immigrants. Norway, to the largest extent, all the other countries train their own doctors. In the registry of our college, we have 3,800 Ukrainians, 1,800 Belarusians, and 111 Russians. I don't know these figures by heart. I've been reading up recently. We have also some single cases of other foreigners, which means that we receive immigration exclusively from the East, while the percentage of practicing doctors is very low. It's 5,000–6,000 people. So this is but a drop in the sea out of all 181,000 active doctors in Poland. The immigration does not change much in time. We have between 800 and 900 doctors per year. According to the data from 2024, we see we've had around 850 doctors. So one cannot say that doctors are very much inclined to come back to Poland or to leave the country. Where do they go to? If they leave, 50% leaves for Scandinavia, then there's Germany and Switzerland, while Spain and Greece are an emerging direction, and we're thinking about perhaps establishing a department to trace why the doctors choose to leave to these countries and how do we tap into this potential. But in terms of climate, we simply cannot compete, but perhaps there are other reasons that stand behind the popularity of these directions. What's important, Norway still relies on migrants. It's one of the largest indices of migrations, while Sweden, as you can see, is falling victim to Norway, which poaches around 80 doctors a year, while Sweden is sustained by our doctors in turn. We've asked the alumni, and we've got higher figures than what you can read here, but we've also been using the slide, we've been using the sources that we've discussed before in the University of Warsaw, where you can see that consideration of migration by students is still prevalent, but according to prior data, we had 2/3 of students planning to leave in 2018, and this percentage is decreasing.
But migration directly upon graduation is going to be a rarity. And the graduates say the worst thing is earning license to practice or post-specialism. You could see more than 500 students, just 20%. We remember Prime Minister Morawiecki, who said that doctors return from Germany and from the West. We haven't seen it in the Polish data to support this claim. We can't really see it as a separate from the migration of nurses, and healthcare is going to collapse. I believe Mr. Head is going to talk about this. It's not about doctors. We've got 30% of retired doctors. We don't need to have residents protest. It's just enough that the retirement age doctors retire. But actually nurses are the key. Poland is the blue dot, and you can see that the ratio, the bottom line, so Slovenia, Belgium and Japan trail behind us, but nurses, we are at the very bottom of the classification. We can say that there should be 3 up to 4 nurses per doctor for the system to be viable in Poland. It's 2.2, 2.1. According to different data, of course. I would like to dwell on remuneration, because this is a contentious idea, but we see that remuneration is now outside the top 3 impulses or triggers for migration, for looking for employment abroad. Now it's mostly about legal, criminal, excessive red tape, and possibility to train. Remuneration comes fourth, but we see that specialist doctors' remuneration is typically 1.6 to 3 national averages, and we see 1.6 is Poland. In some countries, as per the mean, it's more than 3 mean remuneration. We know that contracted doctors in the EU typically make more than full-time employed doctors. So if we speak of remuneration amongst doctors, we are 35% of the total remuneration in healthcare. We would have to focus on the 15% of doctors who make now on payroll. I would say some would say that medics earn 3,100 zlotys, in excess 100,000 zlotys is just 900 persons in Poland. They issue such an invoice, but they very often have to pay the cost of their equipment and so on and so forth. So it's self-employed, but 80% on payroll don't earn 3 national averages. Typically it's 15,000. That's the median, 15% Polish zlotys gross. So conclusions may be extensive, but they could be summarized that no one in Europe has a sufficient number of doctors. On average, the system to work needs 4.1 doctors. but with the assumption that we have correct number of nurses and ancillary personnel, we can expect that very soon we're going to be poached by retirement cliff edge countries, and we must ready ourselves for it. We must increase remuneration for payroll employees because we have a European market on our hands, and we are there jointly with other professions. Thank you very much, and I wish you every health. And the future seems to be bright because we are plugging staff shortages on condition we can replace our current staff of nurses, but this is going to be a major issue, actually. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this contribution. I'd like to invite Mr. Dr. Andrzej Tytuła, the Vice Chairman of the Supreme Council of Nurses and Midwives. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm going to speak on a different note on the situation of nurses and midwives, and I'd like to thank Mr. Chairman Jankowski that he has partially actually done my job in stating that we are going to struggle with nurses, and very soon indeed, because the year 2030 is going to bring a breakthrough of an acute shortage of nursing staff if nothing changes. And seeing how the staffing policy in healthcare progresses, there's no reason for optimism. And I agree with Mr. Chairman Jankowski that we should wish ourselves good health, that no one needs to expect nursing and medical treatment, and we hope a healthy lifestyle will be a means to this end. I'd like to focus on my contribution on migratory aspect of nurses and midwives in Poland. As ever since we joined the European Union, this situation has been changing, and rather dramatically so. So the nurses, as soon as the borders of the European Union opened wide, as of 2004, they were leaving in droves. And this has been the case until 2015, i.e. the moment whereby the remuneration aspect has lost its primary prominence. As I've said, I'm going to focus only on the migration aspect. Speaking of practicing nurses, because on our record we have in excess of 360,000 nurses and midwives, of whom 242% plus is working or practicing nurses. And please notice that we have just in excess of 30,000 practicing midwives. So the scale is very much at odds with regards to the ratio of midwives to nurses. And also, please notice that the migratory tendencies, the trends, speaking of departures of Polish nurses and midwives, as I said before, there was a major boom as of 2008, which more or less came to a halt in 2015. Why such tendency or scale in terms of issuing qualifications to corroborate their credentials for those who would be interested in working in the EU? It's that the remunerations were catching up, so we remember 4 times 400, then we had an active parliament on the minimum wage, and all this meant that the legislation, which, let's say, keeps or retains nursing staff, has improved the situation, and the nurses or midwives have been less tempted to take on the challenge to migrate to other EU states. It doesn't mean they haven't been migrating, because please notice that in 2024 we issued almost 350 qualification certificates. This is just a pro-mile against the entire headcount on record, but this is still quite a number of those who have approached one of the 45 actual chambers of midwives and nurses to secure such certificates of their qualifications. Another item of trivia I wanted to share with you. Please notice that we have qualifications as the professional self-government of nurses and midwives to issue certificates for international trainees in English, i.e. those who study nursing in English. Last year, we issued almost 800 such certificates to corroborate that an international graduated from a Polish nursing school. Those persons, especially of African background, they went to other EU member states, so they completed their education in English at first cycle Bachelor of Science studies, and having secured that certification, they would depart for other EU states, and that's where they find employment as nurses. What's of interest is that the majority of those students are of African background. Another phenomenon that we have noticed is that we have a lot of strikings from the record of nurses and midwives, of persons who decide to travel abroad, and look at the difference between the issued certification to corroborate qualifications of nurses or midwives is very much at odds with the striking off the register. Why this discrepancy? We suspect that only some persons of 170 who were struck off the register because of departure abroad, they would just shop around on the market in the EU if they could possibly find employment, because often they join a loved one to pursue a better life, and if they find an opportunity to find employment, only then do they approach us for certificate to corroborate their professional qualifications. Please also notice the trend which seems to have changed with regards to the certifications we issue, because before the dominating target state, when the UK was still in the European Union, the United Kingdom was actually the state that topped the list, or the target destination for Polish nurses as a source of employment. Now, Germany, Norway and Italy lead. Also, there's been a lot of interest in Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, and as of today, we have data that in 2024 we issued only 7 certificates to nurses who were seeking employment in Ireland, but at the moment when we joined the European Union, in the College of Nurses in Ireland, as last year we went to a field trip in Ireland, nurses registered with the Irish College of Nurses. There's as many as 700 nurses who obtained their license and practice as nurses. A similar slide now with regard to pursuing employment by nurses. I'd like to just bring up one thing. Actually, I can say many a nurse look for employment in the east of Poland. From our central registry, it transpires rather clearly, and also from the analyses that we conduct. And the least employment is sought by the nurses in the west of Poland. Why? Because in the east of Poland, we have a number of academic institutions, private and state-funded, which train on Bachelor of Science level. And there's a lot of candidates who do such training, and Lublin is such a case in point, which is my hometown. There are as many as 6 institutions just in the city of Lublin which train on the first cycle level as Bachelor of Science. And the situation used to be that there were 2 such providers, now there are 6. And it's similar in nearby towns. So there's a surplus of graduates who struggle to find employment. But in the West, we have few and far between institutions which don't really cater to the demand for nursing staff, and there's a shortfall of nursing staff as such. Being the head of the regional council of midwives and nurses in Lublin, we joined forces with a similar organization in Wrocław and the clinical hospital in Wrocław, when we tried to incentivize the nurses from the East, colloquially speaking, our graduates, to move to Wrocław and to seek employment there. And the hospital offered very attractive remuneration as per statutory provisions and the full package of social benefits and support in finding housing. And lo and behold, not a single person was willing to relocate by going to Lower Silesia to take such employment. I believe it could be very much down to the fact that we culturally are not really accustomed to go elsewhere or not mobile enough to find employment. But this is going to change, and we will be often forced to change our residence to make sure we can find employment.
Similarly, as in the case of doctors, the most of persons in our registry are the citizens, or the largest group of foreigners are the Ukrainians. Please note that we currently employ almost 2,500 nurses of foreign origin, which also includes Ukrainian citizens. Of course, these ladies work and use Polish language and are thriving in Polish environment. The scale of immigration of nurses in regards to main origins, it's firstly Ukraine, it's 2,500, Belarus, 200 people. Please note Lithuania, 38 people. The largest scale is represented by nurses. We have far fewer midwives. And please note, what's quite interesting is that we have very little nurses trained in other European countries. And it's fairly obvious why they don't want to work in Poland. It's only in a situation where life circumstances force them to work here. For instance, they've met their spouses in Poland. It's only then when they register in our registers, because remuneration-wise, we are not a very attractive country for citizens of the EU. However, for our eastern neighbors, especially Belarus and Ukraine, we are almost a paradise. And that's the general outlook regarding the migrations of Polish nurses and midwives, and I'm also here to take your questions, and I'll be happy to answer.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie prezesie, i chciałbym
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Dominika Pszczółkowska to present her presentation from the Center on Migrations Research from the University of Warsaw.
Dziękuję bardzo. Witam
Thank you very
Państwa.
much.
Mam nadzieję, że jeszcze trochę
And I
danych
do hope
wytrzymacie.
that you are still
Tak, ja jestem
capable of handling a bit more
migracji przede
data.
wszystkim.
I'm a scholar of migrations,
Tak nasz
first and
środek
foremost,
działania.
and this is
Jak
what
znajdę, to ktoś
our
będzie robił za mnie, jak rozumiem.
center does.
Faktycznie.
Oh, here's a clicker. Okay, I'll be presenting partial results of our project headed by Professor Maciej Tłuszczyk that's been running since 2022, that has been focusing on the migration patterns of doctors. It has quite a substantial number of components, and I won't be discussing them all. However, we are carrying out surveys among students of the final year of studies and medical programs, and we did it in 2022, 23, and 24. Currently, we are closing yet another round of our studies and surveys, and here I'd like to stress that we are very grateful for your collaboration in these studies. It's you who are sending out these surveys, since we do not have a database, and you've been a great support for us, and so far we've collected 400 surveys, but if we are listened by anyone who is studying medical program in Polish and is concluding this year, we'd be extremely grateful if you'd be kind enough to fill in the survey, and shortly I'll be presenting a link for students from Gdańsk. After a year, we come back to our interviewees and redo the survey, because declaring an intent is one thing, but then life often changes our plans. Therefore, we are very keen to know how the plans were modified. We also carry out interviews to have a deeper understanding of what has been discussed in the surveys. You've learned also about the surveys carried out among foreign students. This is what Fatima has been talking about. And also we do surveys of the migration business, and i.e. all the intermediaries in the industry. I won't be speaking about everything. I'll just focus on the migratory plans of Polish students after final years in medicine, and also about the perception of migration of doctors. And this has been the subject of our survey in 2023, and especially the perception about the immigrants from Ukraine. And if there are any students listening to us and they haven't filled in our survey yet, here's the link for you. If we are also having guests from other universities, please check your mailbox, because we've been sending a separate link to every university. Okay, let's go to the data. Perhaps you've recognized this slide. We've seen it today. We're very happy to see our data used by others, but it's us who collected them. Now, we've been asking on a scale from 1 to 10 about the likelihood of leaving. These are the answers from the year 2022. Now, please note what's happening in 2023 and 2024. So these figures speak for themselves, and I need not explain that the 8 to 10 range is quite definite declaration, and we see that there are less and less declarations to leave, and the zero, the ones who say I'm definitely not leaving, are increasing. I've been having a peek on what's happening this year. It's still work in progress, but I can't show it to you. But we've already collected 400 responses, and they also fit the pattern. And I believe that the range from 8, 9, 10 will be a single-digit figure. So we see a decreasing willingness to emigrate among our students. We've been also asking them about what factors would be the push factors and also the ones that attract to other countries. I won't go into the answers from all years because they remain more or less the same. I'll just focus on the outliers. So that's why we do not have the year 22. But please note that in 2023, the key aspect that encouraged emigration was was the social and economic situation. What did our respondents mean by that? Well, firstly, we give them the opportunity to write a comment, and also we have interviews. So what they pointed to were the issues unrelated directly to the works of the doctors, such as the attitude to LGBT minorities or abortion legislation, or something that I would also define as interpersonal relations, such as hate on doctors or relations between older and younger doctors. The decisive factors are related to work in healthcare, working conditions, salaries, but please note that this is not the leading cause. The way the healthcare system is organized and work time. Is this changing? Well, this is the situation in 2024. Well, we had elections, so these are the post-electoral results, and please note that the socio-economic situation is still relevant, but is not a leading cause. We also saw an important impact of inflation, therefore that's why the remunerations became a leading cause again. But we have recurring factors such as the organization of the system, work condition, and work time. So young people do see that the organization of the work of doctors in Poland is not something they are willing to accommodate or something that would fit their needs. Outlooks for this year, I believe it will be similar. The key 5 factors will include the ones that we've already seen in the previous years. This has been broadly discussed today, but our survey shows Germany as the key destination for our doctors. Then comes UK, Sweden, Norway, Italy, Switzerland, and Austria. That has been a very specific question on socio-economic situation. We've asked directly whether the issue of hate was something that would push young doctors or junior doctors to emigrate. From 1, I completely disagree, to 5, I agree in full. So please note how clear the answers are. So this is a serious matter. And on the next year, we've asked about mobbing by senior employees against the young employees, and we've seen almost 90% of respondents agreeing that this was a problem. So I'm showing it to you because this is the field where you can actually show initiative. You've also seen this slide today, and it's again something that we've elaborated. So at what stage do young people consider emigration? And this is a very important piece of information for policymakers and those who manage the system. Vast majority of answers is after internship or after completing specialization. So we have a year or several years to convince these people to change their mind and stay in Poland. A lot will boil down to the conditions of work, because these answers were offered at the 6th year of study, so people already know how the system functions, but they are still not a full-time employees. Now, the second part about how they see healthcare workers who immigrate into Poland. In 2023, it was a hot topic of war and the influx of a significant number of immigrants. We've been asking both about the appearance of new patients in Poland and the appearance of new doctors affecting Polish market. So speaking of patients, I'd say these answers were quite foreseeable.
w związku z tym pojawić, czy jakie już się pojawiły, bo oni odpowiadali 20%.
Because the question was about existing or possible challenges. So, language, higher number of patients, lack of vaccinations, incomplete documentation, and possible epidemic hazards.
A jeśli chodzi o lekarzy,
jakie
będą konsekwencje
what could be
zwiększonej
the
liczby lekarzy?
impact of high number of doctors? And we already had our data available on that. And this was a completely new situation in the Polish market because we used to have 1% of foreigners as doctors, which was quite a unique number for developed countries. Currently, this figure is around 3 or 4%. So, how do the students of the sixth year perceive the impact of this influx?
Pojawiają się konsekwencje pozytywne typu będzie można wykonywać
We see both positive ones as we can perform more procedures,
związane z obecnością pacjentów z Ukrainy.
and also it would answer the challenges related to a high number of patients from Ukraine, but there are also certain apprehensions. The communication issues, this is the second bar, I believe, and vast majority sees it as a problem. Also, the increased risk of medical errors, which is seen as a problem by more than half of respondents. Our interviews revealed that I need to note that we speak to the same people, but only after they started working during their internship, which is usually a year after the initial survey was carried out. And at that stage, these people did point to certain organizational issues, with an extreme case where we had a documentation of a patient written in Cyrillics. The doctor had no idea how to tackle that. Polish authorities have responded to the challenge, and the special act of Parliament on Ukrainian assistance, a new obligation for Ukrainian and Belarusian doctors has been added, whereby these doctors need to take a language exam. And I believe we've played a role in these changes, as Professor Tłuszczyk has been working with us closely. How do we perceive foreigners' education? Please note that this assessment or evaluation is rather critical, although the neutral answers seem to be the most frequent ones. So I do not think that they will positively or negatively contribute to the level of education.
What we're interested in is the migratory potential of Polish doctors, so we did ask them if the war in Ukraine is going to affect the migration choices of Polish doctors. And when you look at this slide, it seems that the matter could be possibly dangerous, because the vast majority of persons say that it significantly encourages or slightly encourages them to migrate. But when we canvassed them, so how about your migratory plans? Have they changed as informed by the outbreak of the war and the entire situation? We didn't specify which elements we meant, be it the military threat to Poland or the arrival of refugee doctors. This question was mostly replied to no. No, my migration plans are not informed by such factors. Here I'm going to pause and recommend our publications and our website, whereby you'll find much more data, and we used many more items in our questionnaires, and you can also look at the outcomes of many other of our studies. Thank you very much for your attention, and allow me to get back to you at the discussion stage.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani doktor.
Thank you very much, Madam Doctor. And I'd like to invite Dr. Robert Kupis of Jagiellonian University, Collegium Medicum, and the Center for Innovative Medical Education.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Robert Kupis, and it's the Center of Public Healthcare, but I am employed at Center for Innovative Medical Education at Jagiellonian University in Kraków. And I'd like to talk you through from the situation from the point of view of training new medics. Because speaking of the migration of Polish doctors and undergraduates, a lot has been said, and Madam Doctor, the fourth speaker, has also encouraged you to familiarize yourselves with the material, to which I also would like to invite you to have a look at. Speaking at training, it's no news, it's a long-term process, be it medics or nurses or physiotherapists or midwives. The process spans a few or a dozen or more years. At this stage, we should focus that the quality of training is as best as possible, so that some control points, starting with entry tests and concluding with state exams, are set in such a manner that we know that persons who are returned to the labor market are rightly trained for the demands of the market. As Mr. Minister said initially, and as we talked in the course of this session, lately we've seen expansion of medical training. It was with medical programs inaugurated at public and non-public academic institutions. More about it to come, and here we have the numbers of units, be it tertiary education institutions or the field branches where you had specific programs offered. I'm delighted that the four speakers showed you the maps whereby demand for a given medical personnel was indicated, because if you overlap the centers, speaking of doctors, where we had new training programs for doctors, it wasn't very much in line with where such programs were inaugurated. If you put these maps onto each other, it's not that where you have it the reddest that such centers appeared, because the most training centers would mostly be inaugurated in the south of Poland, speaking of nursing, as Mr. Doctor has said, and also the eastern wall dominates, colloquially speaking, of training new nurses. Here I'd like to focus, because in Poland we have a characteristic or structure of tertiary educational institutions. Inaugurating medical programs at some universities revolutionized, because we have applied sciences academies which are still professional tertiary educations, but they can give you occupational institutions, but generally it's a general academic program, and the problem is where we could say that occupational institutions, in their basic function, they don't have research studies, which are key, and they require an academic institution to combine research with their assumed teaching curricula, which with occupational institutions, whereby research is not run at such scale, this is just impossible. Here we have the legal provisions in the top left corner. You have the standard of training, and at the bottom it's very much of higher education law, Act of Parliament from back in 2018, which sets forth that general academic program studies must be linked with scientific, with more than 50% of ECTS credits which I said with occupational or vocational academic institutions is impossible to comply with. Moving on to the next point, whereby the inspections by Polish accreditation institution, whereby the absence of link with scientific activity means the standards of training quality are not fulfilled, and that's for many reasons. Small town academic institutions don't have infrastructure for research, nor do they have the staff. And the training of medics is long. It spans 6 years. It requires clinical practice. It's the same with nursing or midwifery. But some of these programs are on practical profiles, which makes things easier. But speaking of medical programs, and we have limited cadres, and those who are well-experienced representatives of medical universities, they struggle with staff shortages, whereby enrollment is ramped up, and universities unlimited by the headcount of their staff and the capacity of their resources. And at some point, we just can't ramp up limits because we would just lose the quality of training because of shortage of cadres. That makes me pose the question whether we train the correct undergraduates to take on the labor market, because we have the training standard which regulates all the standardized programs, i.e. medical programs, but on the horizon, when we had the possible to liquidate pupillage, post-graduation pupillage, a lot of students said that they weren't ready for this pupillage to be removed. They need some more practical training for practicing, and it seems that some reforms are implemented without much forethought, because if we want to remove an element, if this one is removed, we must reschedule the entire machine that it still copes. If it's done without foresight, and suddenly that could possibly lead to issues in patient care and practicing as doctors. So, despite we know that training is done differently across different universities, and universities stress different elements of training, which then translates into the fact that graduates are also different in terms of their competencies. And then to return to the initial slide, the process is a long one, and the undergraduates who go through different stages of the machinery or the cogs and wheels of academic institutions, but we also have students who come having graduated, be it from Ukraine or Slovakia, sometimes from Western Europe, and by willing to fill the gaps in staff shortages, we have mechanisms which fast-track securing licenses to practice, being temporarily or permanently. Lately, we've talked a lot also about a combination or merging of competencies, because license to practice is issued by regional chambers of doctors, but now also the Ministry of Health can also issue a license to practice, which can lead to irregularities because there's no oversight of education of such individuals, and also communication in Polish is if the persons are competent enough in Polish. Summing up, a challenge in training medical cadres in migratory context is also the staffing policy in Poland, and the changes sometimes are introduced ad hoc without foresight and taking into consideration the sequentiality of the training and unclear legal situation of tertiary academic institution, and also differences of practice arising from different legislations, and also dispersed responsibility in issuing licenses to practice, and also uncertainties in geopolitics which affect the training, migratory moods, and the entire healthcare policy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. And I invite Dr. Katarzyna Dębkowska, who is the head of the Economic Foresight team at the Polish Economic Institute. Dr. Dębkowska, the floor is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be entertained at this conference and also to conclude it with the final presentation du jour. I wanted to talk you through some of the findings of the Polish Economic Institute, which on a daily basis does a number of studies, and we're a public think tank which compiles a host of analyses, but matters akin to the labor market and migrants are one of our fortes, and we also publish a lot of such papers and analyses. I'm going to base my contribution on our last year's publication, i.e. qualified internationals in short-staffed medical professions. This is going to inform my contribution, but I'm also going to talk you through the context of other publications which are not necessarily dedicated just to medical professions, but what we publish to some extent also dwells on internationals in the labor market. Very often our contributions are very much to war refugees from Ukraine. We also assess entrepreneurial spirits and how Ukrainians fare in businesses. I'm going to show you some slides on the medical market and how internationals try to position themselves and to trade as entrepreneurs, and also qualified internationals, this item, with regard to the scenarios of employment until 2035. As I'm the head of economic foresight, and we do studies in future anticipation, and we do try to picture the future, but always tap or draw on some expert know-how, and I'd like to also share with you such findings. With regard to alumni, we also have an item on alumni on the Polish labor market. We've talked already about this mismatch and a host of training programs, including medical professions across regions of voivodeships. In terms of the mismatch is rather significant. We have a lot of popular training programs, and those are not always short-staffed professions, but speaking of medical professions, actually, we can say that each and every of such professions is a short-staffed one. And here I'd also wanted to show you this analysis. So here we have professions we analyzed in our report on the scenarios of employing qualified internationals, doctor and also nurses and midwives, and since 2020 until 2025 forecast, they're going to be acutely short-staffed. And also we have disabled persons, carers, or elderly carers. And we must be aware that the forecasts of demographics are the way they are, and the latter profession, as well as doctor and nurse, are going to be very much in demand in the future as the society ages, and the percentage of persons in post-production age is going to only grow. Also, physiotherapists and masseurs, those have always been short-staffed, but the situation has changed with regard to forecast based on the barometer of professions. This is going to be a more sustainable, balanced profession, as a lot of businesses have been established, run by physiotherapists and masseurs, so the market has changed. Paramedics, of course, at pandemic times that was very much in demand. Now it's more balanced as a profession, and we can see an acute shortage of psychologists and psychotherapists. Those professions are very much in demand now. I'm delighted to have seen some of such maps already, and Mr. Chairs have shown some of such maps with you already with regard to the functions they hold. I wanted to show you a forecast for 2025 for doctors. The shortages are only going to get exacerbated. But speaking of the matter of dentists, if you look at the forecasts for 2025, so mostly a balance. Allow me just to remind, so grey decodes balance, so we don't seem to be short staffing or surplus. Locally, you can see shortages in very localized aspects. But speaking of nurses and midwives, Mr. Chair has shown you this map. This is also a map from the Barometer of Professions. We also dwelled on this map for our report on professions because it's a great source to inform knowledge analysis on any short staffing. But you haven't seen this map yet, so here we have physiotherapists and masseurs, whereby this profession across Poland is more or less a balanced profession, but locally short-staffed or understaffed. And please feel free to use the data from the Barometer of Professions, as you can track different professions and also paramedics. This profession for 2 years has been rather balanced across the land, but mostly in the west you can see some local understaffing, but in the east and Lublin, and you can see paramedics and nurses. They have really catered to any short staffing of the profession.
And now, the activities of foreigners that they've promised before on starting businesses in healthcare and social services. Based on the data from the Central Register of Economic Activities, we've been monitoring closely the matter of businesses started by Ukrainians. We've been monitoring it since the full-scale war in Ukraine has begun, and indeed we see a growing number and a significant number of Ukrainian businesses in Poland. Around 2,000 or 3,000 companies per month are being established. Here you see the businesses within the healthcare and social services, where we have 931 businesses started by foreigners in 2024. And among these businesses, around 2% are the ones that are registered by people with citizenship that's other than Polish. That's around 5% of all that amount to social services and healthcare. And 1/3 of these activities is general practitioners. These numbers here are expressed in percentages in the bars, and they reflect the individual businesses. So 1/5 is the others categories, so we have a high diversity. Then we have the dental practices, medical practices, and physiotherapy. As for the nationality breakdown of people who start businesses in Poland, individual businesses, we see that 63% is Ukrainians, 15% Belarusians, but we also see businesses started by Germans or citizens of the US, UK, Lithuania, Italy, and so forth. These are solely economic activities started by foreigners or sole traders. Back to labour market and scenarios for employment of qualified foreigners that we've been studying in the previous year. Please note that in 2024 we've issued 173,000 permits for work in deficit professions, and this deficit has been been determined using the jobs barometer, which represents 54% of all permits issued to foreigners. Therefore, we could say that foreigners are well aligned with the demands in our labor market, because out of all the permits, 54% fits the deficits. However, we should note that among these deficits, there are jobs that require high qualifications and those that don't. And if we take into consideration the high qualifications, and without a doubt nurses, midwives and doctors can be classified as such, only 3% of permits have been related to professions that require high skills. What's the specific breakdown? As for technicians and other mid-level personnel, such as paramedics, is a group where we've seen 11,500 permits. 17% of those were paramedics, and 73% were those sought after carers for disabled and elderly persons. As for specialists, we have doctors. That was merely 8,000 documents issued in 2023. And if we take into consideration medical professions, medics represented only 17% of the middle bar, and 10% for nurses, while physiotherapists and psychotherapy therapists only 7%, while midwives only 1%. The third bar, which perhaps has been overlooked due to our subject of our today's meeting, is the key accountants, and that's 1,800 permits that's been issued. Our report on building scenarios for employment of qualified foreigners has been based on experts' knowledge, and we've run a study amongst 60 experts on indicating the significance of various factors of social, economic and technical groups that in the long run of the year 2035 could affect the employment of qualified foreigners in Poland. On the other hand, experts have also been assessing, in the perspective of 2035, the predictability of such factors, and the foresight studies are all about picking the most significant factors and the least predictable ones, because if they are predictable, we can define the trends and how they will be shaped in the future. However, if we have low predictability, then from the standpoint of foresight, it's a very good axis for building scenarios. But before I go there, I'd like to talk about certain factors. Let's take the social ones, and the one that, from the standpoint of Polish experts, both from administration, science, business perspectives that are related to business environment, point that the quality of life is highly important. The higher the score, from 0 to 7, the higher the significance. The sense of security, the quality of life in Poland, these are the two social factors that contribute the most to the employment of qualified foreigners in Poland. In terms of economic ones, all were considered important, so both the opportunities for professional development, low employment rate in the context of ease of entering the labor market in Poland, the acquisitive purchasing power, and level of remunerations and the dynamics of economic growth in Poland. Political factors play an important role, as they are often assessed to be above 5, which is the risk of war in Poland or the availability of programs that facilitate settling in Poland. And finally, we have the legal factors, which is the efficiency of the administration process in the recognition of foreigners' qualifications and the clarity of legal environment for employment of foreigners. Out of these factors that have been determined by our experts as the most important one and the least predictable ones, we had two that have served as an axis for our scenario. First of all is the sense of security in Poland, that's factor one. And the second one is the efficiency of administration in recognition of the qualifications of foreigners. Therefore, if we assume that in Poland we'll be seeing a high degree of security, a sense of security, and we combine it with high efficiency in recognition of foreigners' qualifications, then there is a big chance that we follow the scenario that's been qualified as the seized opportunity. This is the most desirable outcome, where we have high degree of security and high efficiency of administration. However, it seems that this is not the most likely scenario, however, because if you look at the scenario number 2, which is called slim chance, we assume that the administrative processes will be efficient, but the sense of security in Poland decreases. This is scenario 2. Scenario 3, the premise is the following, that both the sense of security declines and that the efficiency of administration will also decrease, and we've called this scenario no opportunity. And the final scenario, which seems quite likely, which is high sense of security in Poland prevailing. We see the macroeconomic outlooks and everything seems to point to economic growth. We still do not know how the war in Ukraine will translate into our future. As it's been said today, we live in a highly uncertain geopolitical environment, but with low efficiency of public administration, and unless we do something about increasing this efficiency, we may see a scenario called lost opportunity. I do invite you to read this report, should any of you be interested. And there you'll find a detailed description of these scenarios that our experts have put forward. And I do invite you all to use our publications, reports, also weekly papers. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Doctor, for this presentation. And I don't know how, but we've managed to decrease our delay. And we had this debate planned for 20 past 4, so we still have a few minutes, and we can invite our distinguished panelists from the final panel to join us here on stage. And I give the floor to Dr. Pszczółkowska for a few minutes of discussion on the final issue addressed by our concluding panel.
To jeszcze raz witam.
Welcome
Myślę,
again.
że usłyszeliśmy
I
wiele
believe
ciekawych danych,
we've
ciekawych
heard a
informacji.
lot of interesting information, and we've seen a lot of data, and to dot the I believe we could venture for some recommendations. We've seen many upheavals regarding the education policy, regarding on who's allowed to enter our country and on what principles, whether they needed to know Polish or not, because this also has been changing over time. So my question goes to all of you, one after another.
Jakie są Państwa rekomendacje? Co powinniśmy robić, żeby zapewnić sobie odpowiednią
in order
liczbę
to
lekarzy? Czy
secure
powinniśmy
sufficient number of doctors?
kształcić Polaków,
Should
czy
we
powinniśmy
educate the Poles, or should we
zabiegać o tych
try
cudzoziemców,
to
którzy
headhunt
kształcą się u
the
nas, a jeśli tak, to w jaki sposób?
foreigners who
Czy
use
powinniśmy
our universities?
sięgać do
Or
krajów
should we
sąsiednich
perhaps
lub jakichś innych,
poach from other
też w jaki
countries?
sposób?
And if so, how should we go about it? So, let's go.
Bardzo dziękuję. Ja tytułem
after
wyjaśnienia
another.
poprzez
I'd
skrót
like
myślowy
to
nie odnotowałem przy slajdzie, który był
add
podpisany
that,
wiodącej roli ośrodka pana profesora Duszczyka i pani doktor Pszczółkowskiej.
that I perhaps did
To, że
not
się państwa slajd pojawił
reiterate
u nas
how
w
important
trakcie
it
badań,
was
również
to have
analiz,
your
wziąwnięty
slide
pod uwagę
in
w
our
analizach Centralnego Ośrodka Badań i Innowacji Kształcenia. Tylko
presentation.
że państwo jesteście tym wzorcem z
But
SEF,
you are
także
definitely
uprzejmie przepraszam, jeżeli
Bardzo nas
przez
cieszy,
tekst,
że dane są
jeżeli nie dość to wybrzmiało, ale
for
za te
our
dane bardzo
studies,
dziękuję.
and we are
To,
immensely
o czym
grateful for
słyszeliśmy w
these
trakcie tego
data.
panelu,
What we've heard about
mnie
during this
napawa
panel
ostrożnym optymizmem, to znaczy, że wszyscy
makes me
interesariusze,
cautiously
którzy
optimistic.
dziś występowali,
i.e.,
mają
everyone who's
dane,
been
te
presenting
dane
today
widzą i są w
has
stanie w
data,
merytoryczny
sees the
sposób
data, and are
dyskutować o tym, co
capable
się dzieje.
of
Mówię o tym
discussing
dlatego, że my
it
rozmawiając z politykami,
in a
często mamy
funded,
poczucie, że oni danych nie
well-funded
mają,
manner,
danych
because
nie widzą i
when
nie
talking
są
to
w stanie
politicians, we
rozmawiać
often
merytorycznie
see
o tym,
the
co się
situation
dzieje.
is quite different.
Bardzo ciekawe jest
Still,
ujęcie
it's very
europejskie.
interesting to see the European context. In Germany, no one is thinking anymore whether a doctor from Poland should know German or not when entering the market, while we still are not certain that whether Ukrainian doctors should know Polish or not. We often discuss among our friends that by reducing the criteria, we are causing a brain drain from a country that dearly needs doctor, and there's also an ethical aspect to this process. So what we want is well-qualified doctors. We do not want these generalizations like that people from one country are better than from any other, because people are different, same as Polish doctors are perceived in varying manners abroad. But what we do need is an individual process of recognition and verification of whether these new doctors can handle or navigate system. Thank you. Following up on the final remarks by Mr. Chairman, I believe that in regards to education, we should focus on following a clearly set agenda based on a preliminary evaluation of our demand. We should not follow just the slogan that we miss doctors and nurses. This is of course true, but we should map out the deficits and how they are distributed across the country, and not forget about one more thing. We are in a demographic low, and if we look at the results of A-level exams, we see that there are around 200,000 people taking A-levels in chemistry, while we have just 10,000 places for candidates in medical education universities. So around half of those who take their A-level exams will be able to join the universities. And this translates to a certain degree to the quality of our candidates. I'm not saying the general level is decreasing, but we should bear in mind that the quality of our candidates will be different in the future, and the diversity of people starting medical studies will increase. Therefore, these universities that wish to educate future doctors need to be prepared. It's not nowhere in the world is there a rule that only the major academic centers are the ones that should teach doctors. We have all over the world smaller centers that are capable of teaching doctors very proficiently. And in Poland, we should also consider that perhaps smaller smaller centers should have conditions that are sufficient or adequate for training young doctors. They should have the resources and means so that the doctors who are tasked with teaching them their successors are well remunerated for their job. And this will definitely contribute to better medical education in Poland.
Thank you very much for this contribution. Well, I was also trying to tell you the tale that it's not just doctors who are amongst the professions, but I see we focus on this profession, but also considering all the maps of understaffing is we see that training is more available, the shortages are less acute, or there's a balanced supply and demand. Of course, it's good to shape up training programs in line with the shortages, but you can't do it overnight. If you have a shortage in a place, a few years must elapse so that institutions provide suitable graduates. But we see this mismatch. We have such training programs, very popular ones, which very often are in a surplus, not medical professions though, but we have been observing this phenomenon of a surplus. So I think this regional diversification of Poland in medical professions does exist, but speaking of internationals on the Polish labor market, this is something we are going to observe ever more, and it seems we are not only going to see an increased number of internationals, but speaking of regulated professions, the process is going to advance more slowly and at a smaller scale. To conclude, I'll also tell you that we've done a study how Poles consider internationals on the labor market. We also asked how the Poles see the profession of a doctor, but we also took the job of an advocate. Both of them are regulated. The Polish would trust much more to an international doctor than an international advocate. So they believe a doctor will treat them accordingly, but an advocate/barrister, since the competency in Polish is key, Poles don't seem to trust this profession that much. And also, the familiarity with the local law. It's very similar with medicine, but I believe medicine as such is a universal science. So this is how it shapes up. Thank you. I see it's a portable microphone. I'd like to focus here, shed some more limelight on nurses, because that's the profession I represent, and it's hard to issue unequivocal recommendations. Because there's a major issue that nursing schools would just pop up at each and every local town, and that's not an optimal trend. Why? Because nurse training systems will be unable to train a quality nurse. And if you want a quality nurse, they need theoretical class and practical class, because it's a very practical profession, and we know that ever more universities or tertiary education institutions that they would encourage their undergraduates to also enroll on online courses, and our self-government, professional self-government say no to such practices because we just cannot imagine securing a nursing diploma for online courses, despite the fact that this is prescribed in the standard. But we know that in Poland we can find loopholes, or people can get false credits for having completed their hands-on experience in clinics. What I missed out from the presentation, and what I would like to focus on, is that we noticed a trend whereby in the first year we have in excess of 10,000 candidates in nursing studies, but after 3 years, because I speak of first cycle studies, there are definitely fewer graduates, and licenses to practice are only issued to 4,600 nurses. So the question is, where are the other ones? The one thing is, one reason for optimism is that ever since nurse remuneration has begun increasing, and one of the incentives to practice as nurse is remuneration, as this is hard graft, and I don't have to make a very strong case about it. It's obvious. Remuneration has been growing, and hence we have more institutions. We have 127 institutions which provide first cycle training in nursing. So this is testimony to this fact. And moreover, ever more persons, because the remuneration is attractive enough in this professional group, and we know what the remuneration used to be, ever more males see it as a career choice, as some retired miners and retired police officers, police constables, all those who retire at 45, they can train, and they very often do, because when I began my professional practice, we had 1% males amongst nurses, and now there are as many as 3% of us on the record. So it's a significant growth. Still, it's a small fraction, really, but it's very much down to the profession being ever more respectable, and the nurses and midwives have had much more professional independence. A few years ago, it was unthinkable for a nurse to prescribe medicines, and now it's a standard, so the competencies keep growing, as does remuneration, so this is definitely a profession of the future. But what is sad is that there's this acute shortage of us, so we have more competencies and more independence. Remuneration is much more tempting, and yet there's going to be too few of us, and this is dramatic. If I could just chime in, from our analyses, it does transpire that after year one, the average pay of a nurse and a computer scientist are comparable, so that's testimony to the fact that ever more males consider this career choice. That's very interesting news, which I hope is going to be also heard by some persons who are here. We've also been joined online by Professor Załuska, the rector of the Medical University in Lublin. So, Mr. Professor, if I could ask you the same question. What policies would you wish, and steps taken by our policymakers, so that we don't have an acute shortage of doctors, and perhaps we could also address the ethical issues, i.e. so that we don't inflict brain drain on our neighbor who are in an acute need of medical practitioners. Thank you very much. I believe I've been following closely all the contributions, and it seems a lot of data were supplied on us having to scrupulously define our need, and to be more truthful and honest, because I sat on a parliamentary committee, and our Minister of Health spoke of the actual state of medical professions, focusing more on doctors and nurses, and she said that it's not true that we have the smallest number of doctors per 1,000 of persons, because we're more or less a European average, so 4 point something per 100,000 or 1,000. But another thing is aging population of professionals and all the alumni, and here I speak of nurses, female and male, and the latter is a new trend, that ever more males choose nursing as a career choice.
jest problem z tym wiekiem.
So there's this issue of an aging group of professionals, but I, as a transplantologist, who also runs a state-of-the-art dialysis center, I'd say that we have well, that the nurses, excellently trained, handle most of the care, and I keep championing their cause to recognize those as very finely educated nurses. We must define our needs. Because I graduated back in 1986. From amongst my group in Lublin, 7 of us went to the USA, Canada, or the UK, and everyone works or practices medicine. That means at the time our medical universities would actually provide world-class specialists, and it was exceptional that in medical professions we were prepared so well that we could easily sit licensed to practice exams like US MRI in the US, which you know is a bit unique, but some of the representatives of medical professions migrate, but in our debate throughout this conference, not much talk was about it because now it's not a major issue. Work conditions in our professions have improved so dramatically because we must state this honestly.
Ja już nie mówię o tutaj uwaga ze strony też pani minister zdrowia, że
also the Minister of Health made some comments that some might be making excessive amounts of money across some specialisms, but that's beside the point. But in the context of what we've been talking about, we must define the needs of our markets, because the thought to leave the best of our alumni, also international alumni, to strive to retain them. But please notice that also the number of academic institutions that train in medical professions has increased, and I keep saying, and we as Conference of Rectors of Medical Universities institutions,
nie tylko w Ameryce, ale w innych krajach, między innymi w Tajlandii ostatnio.
Touch with boards in the US and Thailand because we comply with education quality criteria for our alumni. So our alumni are excellently educated, and a colleague spoke of possible part-time courses or online courses. Also, as part of our organization, we requested that the very fact of existence of such educational institutions be questioned. Can they at all exist by teaching remotely? We have Polish Accreditation Committee, and that we've been struggling institutionally. That's not about being elitist and against the ones who can't keep up with the elite. It's about ensuring the quality of education for our alumni, and only then can we say, because we're actually focused on training our alumni from international countries, that they will mostly go to their home country. So they have some alternatives. Undergraduates from Arab countries, they follow dual degrees programs. So they have a European diploma and they get a Saudi diploma. But since they mostly come from such countries as India or Asian, and also Emiratis make up a very small group, the native Emiratis, hardly ever native Emiratis that we train. So I keenly followed any information based on tangible data, because we must sit down and have a stark look look in the mirror on what effects, how to tap into the potential of what we do, providing international level education, and what rewards we reap, not only financial one, but these are the dominating ones. Let's not fool ourselves, but because studying in Poland compared to many other states, be it in the United States or Western Europe, so this is a strong competitive edge in our favor. But I believe it's a very important thing to define also with contribution from the Ministry of Health. I'm delighted to have heard from the Ministry of Science and Education and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I didn't manage to table a suggestion. Perhaps I'm excessively open in what I say, but across the last 20 years, I visited across all the embassies of the key source countries for our undergraduates, and I have a lot of comments to make with regard how work is organized at those units and consulates. There are some top performance, but we also have some trailers, and Mr. Rector of the University of Warsaw spoke about them at our CRASP session, how in Nigeria you wait for your appointment at the Polish embassy, but in India the situation is not much better. I believe some things have been streamlined, and if we are to term it a diplomatic affair, which was very much not about medical universities, we very precisely and skillfully verify our candidates. And I'd like to thank you for a lot of information I got from you, especially from the latest of contributions, because it raised my awareness with regard to some information, but we must ponder in our beautiful homeland. All of the 1990s, I worked in Germany and the United States of America, and I was growing to take the decision to migrate to the US, and I didn't. One of the best decisions I've ever made. I still live in my homeland, my environment. I can still do something, but also being in the US for a number of reasons. So we must ponder. So one thing the colleague has said very well, so on nursing, we must focus in our work organization on teamwork,
on tapping into the potential of all medical professions in our universities. Last week, I've been facilitating a conference on our national stadium, and ladies and gentlemen, 30% of patients do not take the prescribed medicine. So how do we make them take these medicines? How do we elaborate schemes for that? And a professor from Lausanne, Monsieur Michel Bouvier, said that teamwork and collaboration between all medical professions is the most efficient one, and this includes paramedics, physiotherapists, pharmacists, and I'm all for tapping into the potential offered by the knowledge of the pharmacists. These are people who are very well educated, and their knowledge is largely unused. We have clinical pharmacists, after all. So our debate is something that benefits reflections, and there are countries, and may I just add that I have several years of experience with Gulf Medical University. This is a hub for Central Asia, India, and Africa. It serves as a diplomatic gateway for people from that region to Europe. And these nations represent huge potential and a market for education in medicine and healthcare are immense. So sorry for maybe talking too long, but I see this as a main inspiration that I draw from such meetings, and I congratulate Rector Michał on Gdańsk being a very strong center for international education. Under CRASP initiative, we had a meeting recently on internationalization, and I believe Poland is strong, but we should be wary of the growing competitors. We have Czechia, Hungary, Slovakia, Spain has recently risen up, so we need to take great care to meet all the requirements. And with that, I thank you all. Since we're out of time, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the organizers who have invited us here, and with that, I give the floor to Mr. Jacek Kaczmarek. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you for your presentations and this valuable insights. And now I'd ask Mr. Rector to offer some closing remarks. And with that, I will contribute with just very few words and will conclude. Without further ado, allow me to focus on thanking the panelists, the lecturers, the participants, both those who were with us here and online, also for the Professor Załuska, who's been the who's chairman of CRAUM, who's been with us all day long. Also Professor Marcin Moniuszko, and I'd like to thank the public administration. Let's remember that our first part of conference has seen participation from Dr. Mościska-Dendys of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Professor Szeptycki of the Ministry of Higher Education and Science. With that, I thank you all. The participation of so many panelists and also this very high and intriguing level of presentations that we've seen is something that offers great inspiration for future. And the level of today's debate shows how relevant the matter is for us in the context of educating doctors and also for higher education in Poland in general, and how it serves to fill the gaps in deficit professions, i.e. answering to social challenges. We, as tertiary education, especially in the field of medicine, wish to be an active and constructive part in this process, hence our participation. And here I'm speaking to policymakers. You can always count on us, and we will be working to the best of our possibilities. Once again, I thank everyone for being here with us, and I also like to thank Mr. Doctor for organizing this event, and together with our team, I also forgot to mention Dr. Dawid Zbichała. There was plenty of us, and I cannot list everyone, but I thank all those involved. To this list of thanks, and I'd like to especially address the panelists who dedicated their time for traveling to our city. We know that your agendas are full of meetings and important events, and also I'd like to thank our entire team who has put together this conference, and to all the technical staff and to the interpreters and our technical staff who have supported us from behind the scenes. Thank you very much, and I believe this subject is relevant enough to have it debated next year. So with that, I thank you very much. All the best. Have a nice day. And also, I'd like to thank everyone who's been following us online. Have a great day, and thank you for being with us. Thank you very much. Your interpreters were Konrad Hańczuk and Piotr Sagan.